Professor Sachs, welcome here, my dear friend. Thank you for accommodating us. How easily can Netanyahu's and Trump's war get totally out of control?
Well, we are out of control because the Middle East is ablaze. Not only the Gulf is ablaze, that means Iran and the neighboring countries, including Bahrain, Oman, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. But because of Netanyahu and Trump and past American presidents, wars are raging actually from Libya across Africa, including Sudan and Somalia. They're raging in Lebanon. Of course, a genocide continues in Gaza. Slaughter continues in the West Bank. There's war in Syria. There is a continued war in Iraq and Yemen. And now there's the carpet bombing by the United States of Iran. So we have the Middle East ablaze. In addition, we have the war that Trump was going to end in a phone call and continues to help stoke, and that is Ukraine. Every word of his, every statement and promise turned out to be false. And we have the wars in the Western Hemisphere, in Venezuela, which is still an ongoing war zone, despite what you hear, and in an imminent attempt by the United States to overthrow the government of Cuba. And Trump met with several right-wing Latin American leaders and talked about new military operations throughout the Western Hemisphere. Our government is out of control. There is no constitutional order, and there is no sense in what is happening. And the wars are going to spread because of a absolutely deranged president, an out of control CIA and military, and absolutely crazy allies of the United States, starting with Israel, which is certainly the greatest rogue state on the whole planet.
What happens if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for a substantial period of time, and what would that substantial period of time be?
Well, we already see the cascading effects of oil well above $100 a barrel and continuing to rise. This will be, as the International Energy Agency has declared, the greatest supply-side disruption of hydrocarbons, oil, and gas in history. From previous such disruptions, such as two that occurred in the 1970s, the consequences for the world economy will be absolutely dire, if not catastrophic, because oil prices will continue to soar. Oil production in the Middle East will cease, both because there's no storage or shipping capacity, and because the fields, both in Iran and in the Gulf, are being destroyed by attack. So we're both attacking the physical infrastructure, and fields are being shut in because there's nothing to do with the possible production. So we're in for an economic crisis of massive proportions. The extent of this crisis will depend on whether the world tells Netanyahu and Trump, stop breaking the entire world, go home, and stop your games. If that happens, this crisis will be very serious and costly, but not devastating. If it doesn't happen, then the consequences will be devastating.
Who or what could stop the Israelis and the Americans from this catastrophe, the carpet bombing of Tehran and the expansion of the war?
Well, first, the Arab countries could, in principle. They house American military bases. They should, if they had the guts, but they don't. But they should tell the Americans, leave. Go home. You're not giving us security. You're destroying our security. You're destroying our countries. You're destroying our economy. That's what they should do. That by itself would be enough to stop, because the U.S. ability to project power in the region depends on the militarization by the United States of the region. And that is also the same reason why these countries won't do what I just said. They're basically vassal states of the United States, which is very sad for them, very sad for us, because we suffer the consequences of the resulting Trump megalomania and U.S. government megalomania. The other way to do this is for the major powers of the world that are not the United States or its vassal states, and that today is largely defined as the so-called BRICS countries, should, in a unified way, stand up clearly and say to the United States and Israel, stop. Enough of this tragic absurdity. It's tragic because it's devastating. It's absurd because a child would not have gotten into this mess that we're in, but Trump is less than a child in the logic of his thinking. We have trapped the entire world in a disaster, to the point where Mr. Trump is appealing to China to come bail us out, appealing to other countries, threatening NATO. If you don't help us, then you're going to be in dire trouble. The man is a loon. I'm sorry to say it. And he got the whole world into this absolute debacle. And now, as his usual wont is, he's demanding everyone else get him out of this debacle. Well, there is a way out of this debacle, and that is for Trump and Netanyahu to go home and just shut up for a while, honest to God. All they're doing is creating murder. All they're doing is leveling countries and threatening the whole world economy for nothing, absolutely nothing. So this is how it could stop. Yeah. It could stop simply because it makes no sense. And it could stop if the Arab countries could somehow overcome their vassalage. And it could stop if the big countries, which is what I'm hoping for is the most realistic path, stand up as the only adults that we have right now and say, that is President Xi and Prime Minister Modi and President Putin and President Lula and President Ramaphosa and other leaders stand up and say, no, you cannot do this on your whims and your fun of bombing, as Donald Trump has said. And Netanyahu, as he declares it, his dream of 40 years. The man is a madman. We have to say it honestly, because we're really in trouble right now.
Here's President Trump yesterday. I was saddened to hear this, but not surprised. This is almost remarkable, suggesting NATO, as you just mentioned this, Professor Sachs, should get involved helping the United States and Israel. Chris, cut number 9.
We're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. It's got a notion in between us. Doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the Strait open. That, by comparison, it's small because Iran has very little firepower left.
It's unbelievable. We do something totally insane, makes no sense. Why don't they come to help us? And it requires nothing. So why don't you do it, Mr. Trump? Because you know that what you're saying is not true. You have gotten the world into a total disaster. You, not NATO, not China, who you called for aid, you. And it's up to you, Mr. Trump, to end the disaster that you and Netanyahu caused. And it's easy. Go home. Stop this absolute blunder, which is bringing down the whole world. And the world will know who is bringing down the world economy and who is lighting the fuse to World War III. It's you. Don't talk about NATO coming to your aid when you've done something so stupid that it can't even be explained. It's enough. Go home. You killed enough people. You leveled enough of Tehran. You have 15,000 strikes. Go home. You killed their leader. You killed their religious leader. You killed the leader that said, we don't want nuclear weapons. You killed that one. You killed their top leadership like last summer when they were in the midst of negotiating. Go home. Stop already. Stop trying to draw other people and other countries into this. It's enough.
You just mentioned China. The White House has leaked this morning. President Trump is scheduled to visit President Xi in 3 weeks. The White House has leaked this morning, he may have to stay in Washington to manage the war. Translation, Xi doesn't want to be seen with him on the international scene in the midst of this.
Who would? Who would want to host this man who out of nothing created a global disaster that he has no clue about and has no way out of except to stop his own blunder, which he is psychologically incapable of doing? So who would want to be seen with this person? It's really a problem. We're normalizing something so awful. Where are the senators? They voted, we don't want the War Powers Act. Well, you know what? It's not your damn choice. It's the constitutional responsibility of your office. You can't choose, we wipe our hands and we give it to one person to decide about war in our country. You can't do that. The declaration of war is a constitutional responsibility of yours. That's what it means to defend the Constitution,
right?
Not to wipe your hands of it. And that's your opening every show. So beautiful. You talk about undeclared wars and preemptive wars. This is exactly what we have in our country right now. Blatantly unconstitutional. Where is our Senate? Nowhere. Where is our House of Representatives? Nowhere. Vote them all out of office.
Well, the Congress has gone from let's go back to December 7th, 1941, a valid, lawful, moral, constitutional, December 8th, declaration of war. Congress doesn't declare war anymore. It ratifies wars that presidents have declared.
Not even presidents.
It ratifies it by silence or it ratifies it by paying for it.
Well, ratifies wars that the CIA and Mossad have declared.
Correct.
Because that is our real government. And then we have this person we call president, who is just gleefully posting gifs of video game bombings of Tehran and saying it'll be fun to go in and bomb Karg Island again. And this doesn't immediately wake up everybody to the reality of the situation that we're in. Where are these congressmen? It doesn't care what party you are, senators. It doesn't matter. It's your responsibility. That is your oath. Look at your oath. Your oath is to defend the Constitution. Read it for a change. Congress and only the Congress has the power to declare war. Why? So that exactly what's happening right now doesn't happen.
Right. Here's Trump at his worst on all of this. Cut number, if you can imagine that, cut number 3.
Together with our Israeli partners, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it? In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true.
Yeah, why doesn't he mention the carpet bombing of Tehran, the massive loss of life, Israel's displacement of 1 million people in another invasion of Beirut, and doing in Beirut what they did in Gaza with the generals of Israel bragging how they're going to make Beirut the next Gaza, and the political leaders saying all of this, and the murder of 160 schoolgirls, and then Trump lying about it brazenly, and then sinking a ship off the coast of Sri Lanka, and against every regulation and norm of combat, leaving the sailors to die. And it was a ship that was not an armed ship engaged in armed combat. It was a training ship of Iran that had been invited by India. And we just think it's fun to leave the sailors to die. Come on, America. Is this our country? Is this really what we're about? Didn't we make a constitution so that this wouldn't happen?
Regrettably, this is what we have become. How do you think, I mean, Trump is desperately looking for a way out of this. How do you think the U.S. and Israel so grossly miscalculated the resilience of the Iranian people and the strength, the sort of asymmetrical nature of their military?
Look, one clue is to look at Netanyahu, who championed this war and also said that this was his dream for 40 years. This man has been wrong about everything. So if you want to try to take a judgment beforehand, you might analyze who is giving you the recommendation. Netanyahu's doctrine has been to overthrow governments throughout the Middle East. And he's told us repeatedly, all you have to do is just get rid of X, Y, or Z, and all's going to be wonderful. Remember what he told Congress, just get rid of Saddam Hussein. It's going to inspire the region, and it's going to inspire Iran, and it's going to be so wonderful. So Netanyahu owes us, I'd say, about $7 to $10 trillion. And the bill is rising quickly. What a waste of money for us to be at war together with this horrible extremism and militarism of this despicable person who has led us into repeated wars and did it again. So yes, they're all deluded because all of these wars have failed. Our bombing of Libya, what did it do? It produced 15 years of chaos since then. The destruction of Sudan, another big project of the CIA and Mossad. What did that one do? Well, it's produced 2 civil wars. And how about that great overthrow of Syria that the CIA engaged in starting in 2011? Well, that killed hundreds of thousands of people, cost hundreds of billions of dollars of destruction across the region, or tens or hundreds of billions, who knows what the cost is, in what was supposed to be, oh, this one will be easy. Judge, they're always getting this wrong. That's their job. They're selling us a lot of BS from morning till night. Oh, it's so simple. Oh, I'm going to make a phone call and the war will end. Oh, we're going to decapitate the leader and I'm going to choose the next leader. Oh, we bring down Saddam Hussein and we have a democracy in Iraq. When have we ever been told the truth about any of this? Not once. When have they ever been right? Not once. And you'd think after we witnessed a genocide straight out that we might ask another question. to partner with our wonderful genocidal partner, Israel. It's not hard to see these mistakes. It's just that this is an out of control war machine that we have.
Is
And
there?
we don't, and there's no desire for constraint because our Congress is so corrupted, so pitiful, that they don't even raise a question. Come on. So, yes, it was not hard to see that this was wrong. This isn't some deep miscalculation. This is a first-rate, obvious stupidity of people that know nothing and learn nothing.
What do you think the view of this is from the Kremlin, Jeff?
Well, I know what the view is because we hear it from the Kremlin. They see no use in talking to the United States at all. It doesn't matter. They say anything. They don't keep their word. They're completely irresponsible. President behaves like a child. They see it. The negotiations are over. They're not going to ask Mr. Witkoff to come again. It's done. So much for the phone call and ending the war in 24 hours. They understand this. Everyone understands this. You go around the world, but the problem is, everyone understands it, but the problem is the following, Judge. In about 80 countries, the U.S. military and CIA sit there, and those places are afraid of us. We're not defending them. We're occupying them. And so they don't speak out. And we're hearing voices, one after another, of some brave leaders speaking out, like the Spanish prime minister, who's been very clear. And I can tell you, because I'm speaking with many leaders, the sentiment is widespread. What the hell is happening in your country? What is going on? That's what they're wondering about. And they hear this crazy call, come help us, after you've done this incredible blunder. So this is what's happening around the world.
Here's the come help us plea made as recently as 2 hours ago on Fox. Chris?
So yes, the president is speaking with our allies in Europe and also many of our partners in the Gulf and Arab world to encourage them to step up to do more to open the Strait of Hormuz. And our NATO allies especially need to step up. Look, President Trump has been very frank with our friends in NATO for a very long time. He got them to increase their defense spending up to 5%, and now he's calling on them to do the right thing because, again, the United States of America is leading the way, not just to support and protect our American assets and bases in the Middle East, but also to defend Europe and the Middle East and the rest of the world from the rogue Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear bomb.
Boy, if the American public accepts this, we are stupider than I thought.
Every single sentence makes absolute no sense. Is that a Saturday Night Live skit you just showed?
No, it is not, and it's not AI, Jeff. It is the president's chief spokesperson 2 hours ago on Fox and Friends.
It's a joke. No?
No.
It was a joke. No?
It was not a joke.
Okay. You parse every single sentence. Every single sentence is crazy. First, I would like everyone to understand, if they have not, and I'm sure that most do, we had an agreement with Iran that would absolutely, fully have prevented nuclear weapons because the Iranians didn't want them, and their supreme leader said that they were against the religion, okay? And we had an agreement, and the agreement included strict monitoring by the International Atomic Energy Agency, sometimes several visits per day. And the monitoring went on for 2016, 2017, and Iran was in complete compliance. And then this person we call our president ripped up the agreement. Why did he rip it up? Because his friend Netanyahu told him to rip up the agreement. So these fools ripped up the agreement that was doing just what the president claims he wants to do. Then despite everything, despite assassinations by Israel and the United States of Iranian leaders, despite attacks on Iran, despite bombing on Iran, Iran did not go to make a nuclear bomb because the supreme leader said, no, it is against Islam. So what do? These geniuses, Trump and Netanyahu, they kill the supreme leader. Bravo, very clever. Come on, honestly, do we have to go to the end of the world this way with this stupidity and with this dishonesty? And why should NATO come to the defense of such idiocy when the way to open the straits is for Israel and the United States to stop their barbarism? Very simple. Not hard at all. And for the Gulf countries to recognize, and I met with the leaders of these countries in November, and I can tell you already back in November, it was alarming to me. They are owned and operated by the United States because of all the military bases there, so they can't even think straight. But now maybe they can see this is not their security to have the Fifth Fleet there, to have bases all over the Gulf. No, that's for our games, not for their security. Maybe they can see that now, because the other way to open the straits is for the countries in the Gulf and Iran to understand very well, which they do, by the way, they're not each other's enemy. The enemy is Israel and the United States. Israel, because it wants to control the Middle East, and the United States, because in its delusions, it wants to control the world. And so it is not that the Saudis and the Iranians are enemies. They are not. It is Israel and the United States that provoked this, not only provoked it, that made this war, which has led to this disaster, totally predictably. So really, the Gulf and Iran should get together and say, we've all been had. This is absurd. Why are we fighting each other? We're all under attack because Israel and the United States wants to dominate us. That's what this is about. And by the way, people should understand it's not a coincidence that we attacked Venezuela, bombed Nigeria, sanctioned Russia, and invaded and attacked Iran. They're all oil-producing countries. The United States, in its delusional attempt to run the world, is trying to corner all the oil supplies. And that's what's happening right now. And then, since it's so delusional, it leads to disaster. And then Mr. Trump calls on all his good friends, you have to come save us because we're your best ally and protection. No, you're not protecting anybody. You're not protecting NATO. In fact, you're threatening to invade NATO in Greenland. Let's get real. You're not protecting European economy. You're destroying it step by step. That's true of everything that led to the Ukraine war, with the U.S. pushing for NATO enlargement and helping the coup in 2014 and busting up the pipelines between Russia and Europe. You're destroying the European economy, and you're doing it again. And what about all these Gulf countries? You think this is great for business in Dubai? I don't think so. This is a disaster. And is the United States your friend? No. So everybody needs to take a deep breath and remember Henry Kissinger's most famous adage, which is that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, and to be a friend is fatal. That's what they're learning right now.
Welcome back. We are joined by Professor Jeffrey Sachs to discuss how the war in Iran may be spiraling out of control, but also how it's possible to put an end to it. So thank you very much for joining us again from Malaysia.
Great to be with you, Glenn, as always.
So Israel has what is often referred to as the Samson option. That is, it's considered to be the last resort if Israel faces an existential threat. that is to use nuclear weapons against its enemies. So this is dangerous because the US and Israel seems to be exhausting their arsenals, including their interceptors, and the situation is not just deteriorating, but it's escalating very quickly. And I saw that the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, they reported that one of Trump's top advisors, David Sachs, warned that Israel could be destroyed, and under these conditions, Israel could use nuclear weapons against Iran. So I was wondering how you assess this, I guess, spiral of escalation and the possibility of this actually going, falling into a nuclear war.
Yes, David Sachs, no relation to me, by the way, but a friend, said a couple of days ago that Trump should declare victory and go home. And he was speaking essentially as a Trump advisor. He's the AI czar in the White House. So he advises on digital and AI policies. And he's an influential observer. He wasn't predicting a nuclear war, and he wasn't saying we're at that juncture. But what he was saying is, if this just continues, it will be awful. And he was saying to his boss, Donald Trump, just go home. That was the message. Just end this. This is a debacle, but call it a victory. Trump easily does that. But don't pursue this more. It's leading to worse and worse for the reasons that you said. On the economic side, the risk of global calamity is absolutely growing day by day, no matter how they try to talk calm to the markets, no matter how they talk about releasing emergency reserves from the strategic oil reserves. The fact of the matter is people can do arithmetic. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The release of 400 million barrels of oil, which was what was announced, is roughly 20 days of normal flow through the Strait of Hormuz. Not very impressive, actually, for what looks like could be a deadly, long crisis and disaster, not only because the straits are closed, but because production of oil and gas is shutting down, and the physical facilities, one after another, are being destroyed right now in the tit-for-tat fire between the U.S. and Iran. And so this is why David Sachs advised his president, whom he serves, just stop and go home. Since Trump lives in a delusional world to begin with, he can declare victory. He can say how wonderful it is. Look at how many people we murdered. Look at how many leaders we killed. Look at how much infrastructure we destroyed. Remember, last summer he declared victory and went home. Of course, it was absurd then as well. But this is the option. What David Sachs was saying is that that is actually the best security for Israel as well. That's not only the right thing to do from the point of view of the world economy, the right thing to do from the point of view of U.S. security, but the thing that would keep Israel safest as well. In other words, this war is to nobody's advantage. It's a pure lose, lose, lose all around. Lose for Israel, lose for the United States, and lose for the rest of the world. And especially, of course, Iran and the Gulf countries.
Yeah, no, I've spoken a bit with David Sachs on email. I've been trying to get him on the program. He seems like a good guy, so
Yeah.
But but I was thinking as well that if the U.S. actually escalates one step further and go after Karg Island, and Iran retaliates against the energy installations across the Gulf states, it doesn't really matter anymore if the Strait of Hormuz is open, if everything is in flames and destroyed. And of course, it's going to take much more than 20 days. And I also thought the same by opening the strategic reserves. It doesn't communicate a lot of confidence either when one is willing to deplete it to such an extent. But you, with your colleague, you wrote, that is you and Sybil Ferris, you wrote about the 5 steps which Trump could take to put an end to this war. Essentially, off-ramp, which David Sachs advocated for. So if Trump reads it or calls you or listen to this podcast, what are these 5 steps you would advise?
Well, one is he's not going to call. Maybe David Sachs will read it.
If I could interject very quickly,
yes.
You at one point before he got elected, now he actually tweeted out a video of you when you were talking about the Middle East. So he, you know, I'm glad he listens to reason. But sorry for
yes,
yeah.
And that was a video that warned about Netanyahu. I said that is one dark person. I used a little bit less temperate language, but I said that this is one big problem. And Trump tweeted that out at the time, a mystery. But what I said turned out to be absolutely right, which is that not only is Netanyahu Mr. Genocide, but now he is putting the whole Middle East in flames. And the whole world is going to come very soon to understand Israel created our global economic crisis. It's not going to be good for Israel's security, this kind of approach. So yes, Mr. Trump did tweet that out. Maybe he can listen to somebody to tell him, cut your losses, declare them a victory in your own way. That's your business, but don't drag us into disaster. This is the point. Now, what I and my colleague Sybil Ferris recommend is a real end to the conflict in the Middle East, because we say that there are interlocking parts. It probably won't happen. We stress that in the article. We're not naive optimists. We're just saying that the way you make peace is to recognize everybody's security interests. That is also the point about Ukraine. Since Russia's security interests are never recognized, there's no peace. The same in the Middle East. If you want peace, which most normal people in the world, I'd say all normal people in the world do, then you recognize everybody's security interests. What are Iran's security interests? Not to be bombed repeatedly by Israel and the United States, and not to have Netanyahu say for 30 years, overthrow that government. It's okay. It can't be more simple than that. The U.S. and Israel need to stop their brazen, blatant, illegal, armed aggression against Iran. This is not even a preemptive attack because Iran wasn't attacking anybody. This is just brazen, naked aggression. And it's the essence of the violation of international law. So that was point number one. Point number two, Trump says every day, I need to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. I don't know whether this is fatuous, whether he's so ignorant he doesn't understand what he does, or whether it's a game. But the simple point is there was such an agreement. And you, Mr. Trump, ripped it up. Of course, that was the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action negotiated in 2015 between Iran and the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council, not just the United States, but Russia and China, Britain, France, and the US, and Germany, and then ratified unanimously by the UN Security Council. And the essence of it was to underpin the supreme leader's religious command that Iran would not get a nuclear weapon, because the supreme leader said this is against our faith. And so Iran put itself under scrupulous inspection and honored the agreement. It was the U.S. that ripped it up. Trump in 2018. I don't know if he remembers. The man on the surface remembers nothing, learns nothing, knows nothing. But I don't really know whether he remembers that he ripped up the agreement that accomplished exactly what he said. Maybe he can remember that the Iranians said again last year and this year they don't want a nuclear weapon. They want to have a negotiated agreement. They want to be under UN scrutiny. Maybe, I doubt it, but maybe he could find an aide to let him know what the Omani mediator said the day before they killed all the leadership, which was, we made great progress and we're going on to a next round of negotiations in Vienna, because the Iranians don't want a nuclear weapon. And so this is the second point, is, yes, it's not even hard, Mr. Trump. It's never been the issue with Netanyahu. It's not about the nuclear weapons. It's about overthrowing the Iranian government. That has always been his dream. The third point is to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And that is not by Trump pitifully, pathetically demanding NATO do this, China do this, to get him out of the incredible mess that he and Netanyahu have created for the world. It's something for the Gulf Cooperation Council, that is the countries of the Arabian Peninsula, and Iran to work out bilaterally. And what is needed is for the Gulf countries to say that they are taking sovereignty of the military bases in their territory, and those bases will never be allowed to be used in aggression against Iran. So that's how to get the Strait of Hormuz opened up again. It's the Gulf countries on one side, it's Iran on the other, all Islamic nations, all part of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. In fact, both the United Arab Emirates and Iran are part of the BRICS countries. It's not even hard for them to agree with each other. The mistake that the Gulf countries made was to hand over their sovereignty to the United States as if that's some kind of protection for them. But what they should do now, seeing that there's no protection to having these bases, is to reassert sovereignty over the bases in their country and to agree with Iran. The strait will open and these bases will never be used against Iran. The fourth plank is the one that is the one that is so obvious, but the one that is actually the cause of all the wars of the last 30 years. And that is that Israel needs to return to its borders of the 4th of June, 1967, so that a state of Palestine is created in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem on the internationally recognized borders. And this is what Israel has gone to war repeatedly to block. And this is the basic point of all of these wars, including this one. Why has Netanyahu dreamt for 40 years of overthrowing the Iranian regime? Why has Netanyahu been part of every war in the Middle East? Because his doctrine is that Israel will control all of Palestine, and with some of his zealot partners, even more part of Syria, part of Lebanon, part of who knows what, because according to the U.S. ambassador, Mike Huckabee, who's another part of this disaster, Israel has the right to all the land from the Nile to the Euphrates, says Ambassador Huckabee. Okay, well, the whole reason for all these wars, from the Israeli point of view, is they've said there will never be a state of Palestine. We'll kill them, we'll expel them, we'll rule over them in an apartheid state, but there will never be a state of Palestine. And any government in this region that backs the Palestinians, we will overthrow. That is the so-called clean break doctrine of Netanyahu that has been in place for 30 years. So the fourth plank is a state of Palestine alongside the state of Israel. And you know what? Israel has no veto over that. The reason it doesn't happen is the U.S. and the U.S. alone. This was voted in the Security Council last year and the year before. The U.S. blocks this. This is simple. People should understand. Almost every country in the world says, of course, there should be the state of Palestine alongside the state of Israel. But the U.S. uses its veto in the UN Security Council to block that. So that's the fourth plank. Enough of this. This is the most basic point. And Israel got insanely greedy or insanely zealous, depending on who exactly we're talking about, to say we get 100% of the land. You know what we're talking about for this Palestine right now? It's 22% of what was British mandatory Palestine. And Israel says, no, not even 22% for what is half the population. Not even 22%. We demand everything. That's why we're in nonstop war. So that's the fourth point. And the fifth point is that with a state of Palestine established and welcomed into the United Nations as the 194th member state, Hamas, Hezbollah, and any other militant groups will be disarmed. They will disarm. And they will disarm because all of the region will insist that they disarm, and so will the UN Security Council. And that will be, and they will disarm because the state of Palestine will be created. And this is how to make peace. So what blocks this? What blocks this is a coalition of Israeli supremacism, of Israeli apartheid, of Israeli violence that goes back to Netanyahu and his party, the Likud, which in its founding charter in 1977 says that all the territory from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea will be Israeli sovereignty. That's why all of these wars across the region have raged, because that basic fact is against every standard of international law and decency, and countries have supported the Palestinian cause, and therefore Netanyahu and the United States have gone to war to overthrow those governments that have supported the Palestinian cause.
Wait, I like this 5-step, but also like your focus on indivisible security, though, because I think this goes at the heart of what is required as well, because states, they compete for security, and weapons for one state is often security for one is insecurity for another. So you have two ways of producing security. Either you have indivisible security, where we elevate our common security. In other words, I don't point a gun at you to have more security for me. This is one, indivisible security. Alternatively, one can pursue hegemonic peace. In this, you don't care about indivisible security. You have one dominate to such an extent no one can even dream of challenging it. I think this is this source of the Iran war, but it's also the Ukraine war. If we just accept that the hegemonic era is over, just as a matter of fact, the distribution of power has shifted, then we would have to essentially restore the principle of indivisible security. Otherwise, if one wants hegemonic peace again, like the 90s, one has to restore it. That means defeat Russia, defeat Iran, defeat China. And, I would read Israel's clean break into this, because, when it merged in 96, this is part of the hegemonic era. That is, abandon diplomacy and compromise, instead go for everything, because you're backed up with overwhelming military force. And
that is exactly right. And this is the delusion that such overwhelming force exists. It's immoral. That's another matter. But it turns out to be disastrous to hold such delusions. The United States held those delusions in Ukraine because we should remember the Ukraine war started with the United States' attempt to assert its hegemony over Ukraine. Zbigniew Brzezinski spelled it out. It was the doctrine of the neocons. We're going to expand NATO anywhere we want, up to Russia's borders, surrounding Russia, in Georgia, in the South Caucasus, in Ukraine, around the Black Sea. That's our business. We are the superpower. Well, Russia had different thoughts about that. But that's where that war came from, because no one cared to listen to Russia's security concerns at all. And that's still true today. It's a blank wall to talk to any European leader that Russia has legitimate security concerns, okay? And now in the Middle East, it's exactly what you say. Netanyahu thought, well, I got the easy plan. I don't have to compromise on anything. We win because we have the United States. And there are famous clips of Netanyahu explaining to, I don't even know who he's talking to, we own the Senate, we own the Congress, we can get the United States to do what we want. The truth is, our crazy CIA and military as well have delusions. So they see Israel's hegemony in the Middle East is just fine because it's part of America's global hegemony. What's happening right now in part is Trump thinks, I'm going to corner every export of oil, Venezuela. I'm going to demand that Mexico behave itself. I'm going to take over the Americas, as he's explained. I'm going to take over the Middle East. I'm going to choke off Russian oil through sanctions. I'm going to decide who gets energy in this world. Well, this is a madman thought. It leads to global disaster, but it's exactly that hegemonic idea. I don't have to deal with anybody. We don't have to discuss with Iran. We just have to kill them. That's all. And that's what they think they're doing right now. And it not only is it murder, but it doesn't work to achieve your own security. Israel is at far graver risk than it's ever been because of this. And so is the United States at graver risk because our risk is nuclear war. And we keep pushing the world closer to nuclear war through these actions of not respecting, even in discussion, the security interests of the other side. It's the same in Taiwan. We say, we're going to send arms as we like to Taiwan. China says, excuse me, Taiwan is part of China. Do not send arms on your own. That, for us, is a red line. The United States, filled with the idiocy that it is, the recklessness that it is, says, we don't have to listen to them. It's our business. We are the United States of America. And by the way, it's Trump, but it's also the CIA. It's also the Congressional Armed Services Committees. It's also the arms contractors. It's also Silicon Valley. They all have this delusion of we don't have to take into account anyone else's concerns. And that's what's leading us to disaster.
Just as a last question, how do you make sense of the way that Iran was underestimated? Because, you know, you worked with a lot of state leaders around the world to see how they work, their strategic thinking, their considerations. How could it be that, you know, we have the reports suggesting that Trump dismissed the likelihood of Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, which should have been the most predictable thing. The attacks on the U.S. bases seems to be underestimated the weapons that Iran has at its disposal, or the belief that killing Khamenei would collapse the government and make people, you know, pour into the streets with American flags, and essentially also now the assumption that the threats will make Iran capitulate, even though they see this as an existential fight. It's, you know, I'm just wondering how they got this wrong. Is this just hubris, or is this a, you know, disconnect with the intelligence community? I just, it's very, you know, this I haven't seen this in previous wars. There have always been mistakes, but this seems to be something very, very different.
Well, remember the Iraq War, for example, how every single thing was wrong. every prediction about the cakewalk that we were going to have and how democracy was going to come and so on. And there was an interesting interview in 2004. I think it was a Time magazine reporter, if I remember correctly, and a White House official, maybe Karl Rove, I'm not absolutely sure. But he was asked about, about the reality of the situation. And the response from the White House is, excuse me, we create our own reality. And this is part of the issue, which is when you are so powerful and arrogant, you just think we'll make it work. Trump didn't know what he was going to do after the first hour, but he said, we'll make it work. It's complete improvisation. Of course, the real lessons are that these are disasters. It said that it took 20 years for the United States to go from the Taliban regime in Afghanistan to the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. So that was a 20-year effort. And they credit Trump that it took 9 days to go from Khamenei to Khamenei. So this is American efficiency. In other words, we're not accomplishing anything. We're going around in circles, killing a lot of people, spending a lot of money. Maybe that's part of the point because they want to spend a lot of money. That is profits for somebody and losses for all the rest of us. But I think the main point is we don't even have a process in the security state right now. The United States planning on anything has collapsed. We're just in improv mode. We have a psychologically unstable president. We have a constitutional process that is over because Congress does not use its constitutional, it rejects using its constitutional authority and responsibility. And I can tell you in every area that I know of, there's no thinking going on. There are no reports, there are no studies, there's no careful scrutiny, there's no review. It's improvisation. It's flailing around. So frankly, none of this surprises me. We don't even have minimal processes of thought. We have a president who just makes up things as they go along, and you end up with everything fake. And then desperation. Oh, NATO has to come to our aid. Even China, which was the target of much of this, has to come to our aid. Where are our friends, says Donald Trump. My God, a 5-year-old would show more self-awareness and responsibility, frankly.
But I mean, it's curious. What NATO is saying, or the Germans and the British are saying is, hey, we're busy committing suicide here in Ukraine. We don't have time to commit suicide with you in Iran. They are so heavily committed to the Ukraine narrative that there can be no diversion. They're still trying to figure out how they're going to come up with 90 billion euro to subsidize Ukraine. They don't have, they've talked about building this massive 800,000 man army, unified army. They still can't get a 300,000 rapid deployment force put together. They have no ability to, put more than 12 to 20,000 troops into Ukraine, unsustainable on a best day. So the Europeans are used to, saying things they can't do. And so at least they're smart enough to know that they're just overstretched, that they've got no resources whatsoever, military, economic, or political. I mean, how do you explain this to your people? Although, because the people will start to say, wait a minute, you're going to go to Strait of Hormuz, right? Yes. And you're going to open it up. Yep. Because it's strangling our economy. Yep. Because we gave up on Russian energy because of you, and now we're a prisoner to Middle Eastern energy and we can't get it. Right. So why don't get Russian energy? I mean, that's the problem that the Europeans are already into. They have to be careful because there's already in Germany, there's a remaining Nord Stream pipeline that works, and all you have to do is put the on switch on, and a lot of Europe's gas problems go away. The same thing with oil. You can just turn on the oil pipelines and it's there. And as Europe starts to stew in the results of its own stupidity, as prices go through the roof, as they start to have energy crises and emergencies, you're going to see the people saying, hey, I don't care where it comes from. We just need it right now. And if you don't give it to us right now, you're done. And no politician wants to hear the "you're done" from an enraged citizenry. So, Europe, there's nothing they can do to open the Strait of Hormuz. They know that. They don't have the military capacity to do it. The United States doesn't. The best way to get the Strait of Hormuz open right now is what the Europeans are doing, talking to the Iranians. You see, behind the scenes, the Europeans are already talking to them to get ships out with energy that can come to Europe.
Yeah, I've seen both Italy and France, I think. We're talking about that. Spain is not real happy about any of this stuff here. We just see a fracturing of our alliance anyway. But I want to ask you, I want to tap into your experience as a Marine Corps officer.
Becoming clear is that this is a war for Israel. That we had no interest, no national interest in going to war against Iran. And there's just a ton of evidence that President Trump was dragged into this war by Israel and Israeli supporters inside the United States. And that's one part of the story. But the other part of the story is that the war is going very badly. And hardly anyone I know can see how we come out of this winning. So if Israel is seen to be responsible for pulling us into a losing war, this will be, I think, disastrous for the lobby.
How would you even define winning a war like this?
Winning the war, as I always say, is largely a function of whether or not you achieve the objectives that you set out before the war started. People like to focus on battles and the assassination of this person or that person. But the key question is, what are your objectives, and are you likely to achieve those objectives? And almost everybody agrees that it's almost impossible to see how we're going to get regime change, how we're going to get Iran to give up its nuclear enrichment capability, its ballistic missiles, and its support for the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. How do we do that? Nobody could tell a story how we achieve those particular ends. And if you can't tell a story like that, you don't win the war.
I just wonder what kind of advice the president got if he's surrounded by yes men. There was that article, we talked about this in the Washington Post, very lengthy, very detailed, classic venue for the CIA and military people to leak information claiming that General Kane warned the president about these very things that are happening now. And the president wrote that, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Nobody believes him when he says these things. But they obviously, the people around the president, grossly miscalculated the resilience of the Iranian people, the strength of the Iranian government, and the asymmetrical nature of the Iranian military response.
Well, I think you have to be very careful when you talk about the people around him. I actually think in this case, the deep state, for lack of a better phrase, told him what was going to happen. It's now quite clear from press reports that he was told that the Iranians would shut the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that. And he just ignored it because he thought we would win a quick and easy victory, or a quick and decisive victory. So that would never become an issue, that meaning the shutting down of the strait. So he was getting, I believe, good advice from General Kane. General Kane was telling him that we did not have a serious military option here. The National Intelligence Council was telling him the same. The problem is that Benjamin Netanyahu and a handful of people who are profoundly tied to Israel, and this would include Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, had enormous influence on President Trump. And he listened to Netanyahu, he listened to Kushner, he listened to Witkoff, and he ignored the deep state here. And we went into this war without clear objectives, without a clear plan. And when you do that, and you're dealing with an adversary that has a rich history of fighting against Israel and its ally, the United States, and has learned a lot over time about how to wage that war, you're asking for serious trouble. And that's the situation we're in now.
How is this war viewed in the Kremlin, in your view, Professor Mearsheimer?
Oh, I think this is wonderful news for the Kremlin. They're the big winner in this one. First of all, let's just talk about gas and oil prices. Because of this war, it's very important to understand that the administration has a vested interest in allowing as much oil as possible to get out into the market. Most people don't understand this, but Iranian oil is being exported around the world in the same amounts that it was being exported around the world before the war started. You just want to understand that. Iranian oil is flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the Gulf states that can't get the oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran can. And why is the administration allowing Iran to sell its oil around the world, send its oil to China and to India? Because we need as much oil as possible out on the international market so that the price of oil doesn't go too high.
Right.
Same basic logic applies with regard to Russia. President Trump basically took most of the sanctions off of Russian oil because he wants Russian oil to flow out into the international market so that prices stay as low as possible. So Russia is a huge winner in this regard. And Iran, as I pointed out, is in an excellent position to continue the war because it's not being economically throttled. Okay, back to Russia. Not only did they get relief from these sanctions, what this also means is that we don't have weaponry that we can give to Ukraine because we're using it up in the Middle East. So what's happening here is that the prospects that Ukraine will lose on the battlefield and that Russia will come out of this smelling like a rose is going up because of the Ukraine war. It's really quite remarkable what's happening here. And just one other point that I believe I've made before on the show is that you want to understand that we consider our principal goal to be containing China and East Asia. But what we're doing is weakening our forces in East Asia to deal with this war against Iran. We are not pivoting to Asia. We are pivoting away from Asia because of this crazy war against Iran.
Wow. I'm going to ask you about China in a minute, but basically what you have just described is economics 101. Now, wouldn't Scott Bessent or the Secretary of the Treasury or someone in Trump's orbit have explained this to him? You realize what's going to happen? You're going to add a lot of cash to Putin's treasury because he's going to be selling more oil and he's going to be selling it at a higher price. And all your blue-collar MAGA guys, when they go to fill up their pickup trucks, are going to say, why am I paying $4 and $5 a gallon for gas? I didn't fight this war. It has nothing to do with me.
The key point here that's essential to keep in mind is that President Trump thought that he was going to win a quick and decisive victory. He did not think that we would end up in a long war. And therefore, he didn't pay any attention to these problems. Remember what I said a few minutes ago about closing the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that the Iranians were likely to close the strait. He ignored that warning because he thought we would finish them off. It would either be a decapitation strategy that brought Iran to its knees, or it would be shock and awe, or it would be a rapid punishment campaign. But this war, in President Trump's mind and in Prime Minister Netanyahu's mind, was not going to go on and on. It was going to be a quick and decisive victory. So all these issues that you're now raising were ignored or not even addressed.
Wow. How is the Financial Times reports that Russian oil companies are collecting $150 billion a day over what they had been collecting during the sanctions period as a result of the increase in the price of oil. That is extraordinary. I'm not familiar with the Russian tax scheme, but somehow that has to be contributing marvelously to the Kremlin's treasury.
I think that's 150 million. I'm not absolutely sure.
Sounds more reasonable that it would be 150 million. It's still a lot of money, 150 million dollars a day.
There's absolutely no question about this. This war is a real boon for the Russians. It's really quite remarkable. I mean, if you begin to assess what's happened here, this war is catastrophic on so many dimensions. Just take the Europeans. Our relations with the Europeans were terrible before the war, but now they're worse than ever. President Trump wanted the Europeans to send naval forces to help the Americans crash through the Strait of Hormuz, and they refused. And if you look at how the Germans have reacted, it's really quite remarkable how hard-nosed that they have been with us. The Minister of Defense said, "This is not our war." Friedrich Merz, who is the German chancellor and usually dances to President Trump's tune, said that NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not an interventionist alliance.
Wow.
And as such, NATO has no role whatsoever to play in this war. Really quite remarkable. And it's true of countries all over the world who are our allies. They have refused to come into the fight. The Japanese, the South Koreans, the French, the British, and so forth and so on. And by the way, that's in large part because they understand this is a lost cause. They don't want to enter a war that is going to be lost by us.
Here's a very recent clip from President Trump. First lamenting that the United Kingdom won't help, and then saying, we don't need them. It's typical Trumpian. Chris?
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the strait. My attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
Where is he on this? I guess maybe he's lamenting the inevitable that Sir Keir Starmer has basically said to him, this is Israel's war, it's not ours.
Well, the problem is he's desperate here, right? He knows he has to open the strait and that he has to get oil from the Gulf states flowing back into the international oil market. He just knows he has to do that, but he has no way of opening the strait. You want to remember the United States Navy is by far, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, it is by far the most powerful Navy in the world. And we have a huge chunk of that Navy in the Middle East, 2 carrier battle groups, for example. But we can't force our way through the Strait of Hormuz with that incredibly powerful Navy. So he goes out and he asks these other countries to send naval forces to help us. They don't have significant naval forces. None of these countries do. And even if they take what they have and they send those naval forces to the Middle East, and we launch a joint operation on the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to fail. It's not going to work. And that's why we alone have not tried to force our way through the Strait of Hormuz. You just can't do it. And the truth is, even if you can force your way through the Strait of Hormuz, it doesn't solve the problem, because once you're in the Persian Gulf, it's a rich target environment for Iranian cruise missiles, Iranian drones, and Iranian ballistic missiles that can target any ships that are in the Persian Gulf. And furthermore, the Iranians always have the option of just destroying the oil refineries, the oil installations of the Gulf states. So even if the straits are open, there's no oil to go through them. So the Iranians hold almost all the cards here, and it's hard to see how we can solve this problem, how President Trump, who's got himself into this war and got us into the war in the process, can figure out how to get out of it. There's just no way that anyone can see at this point in time to fix this problem.
How is this war viewed in Beijing?
Oh, I think that the Chinese are glad to see the United States shooting itself in the foot. This is going to increase Chinese influence, not only in the Gulf in significant ways, but all around the world. If you ask yourself, which country on the planet among the three great powers, the Chinese, the Russians, and the United States, looks like the responsible stakeholder in the system, and who looks like they are the least responsible, it's clearly the Americans who look the least responsible. States all over the world look at us and scratch their head and think we have lost their mind. And it's easy to understand why that's the case. The Chinese look like they're responsible stakeholders. And indeed, the Russians look the same. So we have done enormous damage to our diplomatic position around the world, which is to China's interest. We've done damage to our situation or our position in Europe and with the Gulf states, and this is going to work to China's advantage. So this war is just terrible news.
Did the Chinese cancel Trump's trip, or did he cancel it?
I think it's quite clear that he canceled it. And I think he at first looked like he was going to use the threat of canceling the trip to get the Chinese to send naval forces or even ground troops to the Gulf to help the United States. This was a laughable proposition. But then I think he came to realize quite correctly that given that there's a war going on and that he is losing that war, the last thing he can be seen to do is go to China, which in effect would be taking his eye off the ball. And furthermore, it would be a rather nice and jovial meeting between the two leaders where there would be lots of handshakes and lots of smiling. And that would not look good given how events in the Middle East are going.
Going back to Israel, is there a danger if the Israeli government's back is to the wall that they'll use nuclear weapons on Tehran?
I think that possibility only arises if there's evidence that Iran is developing nuclear weapons, which is not the case at the moment. I think that once this war is over with, the incentives for Iran to get nuclear weapons would be very great. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if they went down that road. And if the Israelis even suspect that that's the case, and they don't have the IAEA inside of Iran inspecting what the Iranians are doing, I would imagine the Israelis will come up with some worst case scenarios regarding the development of an Iranian bomb. And I think in that circumstance, they may think about using nuclear weapons in a very serious way. I mean, it's quite clear that the Israelis have convinced themselves that Iran is an existential threat. I think for many Israelis, Iran is not much different than Nazi Germany, and they believe that if Iran has an opportunity, it will implement a second Holocaust. I think this is ridiculous, but what I think doesn't matter. It's what they think that matters. And these are paranoid people, and if they lose this war, that'll just exacerbate their paranoia. And again, if they think Iran is developing a nuclear weapon, which it will use against Israel, they'll use, I believe, nuclear weapons to excise the problem.
From the Iranian perspective, as Ambassador Freeman just pointed out here about an hour ago, when you don't have the law to protect you, when public heads of states fully recognize that treaties don't bind them, their own constitutions don't bind them, international law doesn't bind them, maybe a nuclear weapon would scare them away. The craziest person in the world that has a nuclear weapon doesn't get attacked. That character in North Korea.
Absolutely. I agree with Chaz completely. And I would make another point just about, international law and what the Israelis and the Americans have done to destroy it. And not only to destroy international law and international institutions, but to do great damage to diplomacy. Diplomacy has been used as a cover twice now to attack Iran. What kind of faith can the Iranians have in diplomacy, much less international law? Now, the reason this really matters that you want to pay attention to is it's related to the question of how do we shut down this war? It's quite clear that there's going to have to be sanctions relief and maybe some reparations, but at least significant sanctions relief to get the Iranians to end the war. But also the Iranians are not going to end the war unless they can get some sort of guarantee that the United States and Israel won't pay a return visit. They won't come back and attack them. Remember, there was a war last June, and here we are in March, and there's another war, right, in less than a year's time. Who's to say if the war ends now that in less than a year's time, the Israelis and the Americans won't attack Iran again? So the Iranians are going to want some sort of guarantee that that won't happen. And in a world where international law has gone out the window and diplomacy has gone out the window, and you can't trust the Israelis or the Americans as far as you can throw them, please tell me how you work out a diplomatic solution to this war. How do you convince the Iranians that you won't pay them a return visit? So all of this behavior on the part of the Israelis and the Americans is just making it incredibly difficult to figure out how you shut this war down in the end.
Wow. Here's President Trump using decidedly, unpronouncedly undiplomatic language, referring to aspects of the war as fun. Chris?
Together with our Israeli partners, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it? In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true.
That's just one comment he's made using the word fun. He's made another comment where he said regarding the bombing of Karg Island, after he said that he had basically destroyed all the military installations on Karg Island, he would bomb it again just for the fun of it. These are the sorts of reprehensible statements that no leader of a civilized country should make. I mean, war is a deadly serious business. Huge numbers of people are killed and wounded in these enterprises. You have to enter a war, after trying every way possible to avoid it. And then when you go to war, you have to be very careful not to kill civilians and not to talk the way President Trump does. But he talks in the most cavalier way about war, as if this were just fun, that, bombing and killing Iranians is fun. I can't imagine any other president we have ever had making statements like that. Can you imagine Abraham Lincoln saying something like that, or FDR?
No.
Even, Dick Nixon, George W. Bush. I can't even imagine George W. Bush making statements like that. These were all people who understood what a deadly serious business war is, and how cavalier statements of this sort are just totally irresponsible.
So you have cavalier statements like this. You have rules of engagement are stupid out of the mouth of the Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War. Is it any wonder we bombed a girls' school and incinerated 170 little girls and their teachers?
No. And, it's very important to understand that militaries are giant killing machines. they're giant killing machines. And when you take a military to war, you send a military to fight a war, there's a very powerful tendency in that military to use every means possible to annihilate the adversary, to inflict massive pain on the adversary. It's sort of a built-in impulse. And what you have to do is you have to go to great lengths to curb that impulse in particular situations. If you're talking about two armies crashing into each other on the battlefield, there's obviously no limits to killing soldiers on each side. It's the name of the game. We all understand that. But then there's the whole issue of collateral damage and the whole issue of whether you directly attack civilians. And what you try to do when you go to war, if you're a civilized nation, is you try to go to great lengths to kill as few civilians as possible. And you don't want to have a lot of collateral damage if you can avoid it. And furthermore, you definitely don't want to directly target civilians and murder large numbers of civilians. And that's why you have international law. And that's why people in the American military actually pay a lot of attention to the whole concept of just war theory. They think long and hard about what you can and can't do when you engage in combat. And that's all for the good. This is not to deny for 1 second that there are significant limits on a country's ability to curb the killing of civilians or the killing of innocents once a war starts. It's a really difficult task to put limits on these giant killing machines, but still work very hard to do that. It's the right thing to do. But if you listen to somebody like Pete Hegseth talk, I mean, it's like he's thrilled at the fact that we're just going to go in there and, kill anybody that gets in our way and smash things and not pay attention to the laws of war. The laws of war are just a giant encumbrance. They prevent us from winning. What we have to do is just do whatever we think is necessary. And if that involves killing massive numbers of civilians, so be it.
Much for your time, Scott. Always appreciated. What happened at the girls' school in Tehran where 170 young women, children, and their teachers were incinerated? How did the U.S. military cause that to happen?
First of all, it was in the city of Manab, which is right there on the coast of the Strait of Hormuz. That's why this is so important. What happened is in the early 2000s, the Iranians began to build missile units designed to shut down the Strait of Hormuz in a time of crisis. This is especially after Dick Cheney was talking about invading Iran. And they created this unit called the Arif Missile Brigade. It has 4 battalions. Each battalion has a specific capability from short to medium to long range missiles, and then special units that operate using torpedoes and mines, et cetera. And their job is to control the Strait of Hormuz. And they had a headquarters compound that consisted of a couple warehouses, a couple administrative buildings, a headquarters building. Around 2011, basically the Arif Missile Brigade had outgrown the facility it was in. So they literally abandoned this facility and they moved to different locations, more modern facilities, et cetera. And this place was abandoned. Around 2016, the city of Manab put in a bid and had the northern corner of it, the former headquarters building. They said they wanted to convert that to a school. And so they literally built a wall separating this facility, refurbished the building, painted murals, painted playgrounds, and it opened it up with separate entrances that had nothing to do with the other abandoned compound. This was done in the public, and the United States knew about this. How do we know? Because Defense Department maps of Manab, when they show this compound, clearly mark this as a school. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Now, at the same time, the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain has a mission of, making sure that the Strait of Hormuz can stay open. And so they've been running nonstop intelligence operations against the Arif Brigade. They've been collecting on it. They have special human units that deep reef fishermen. They have they fly the drones over, intercepting all the electronic signals. They have satellites and other aircraft taking photographs. The Arif Missile Brigade is one of the most heavily collected units in the world. We know a lot about it. And the reason why I bring that up is all that information goes into a target deck. And, the Fifth Fleet's responsible for updating it because they're the war fighters. They give it to Central Command, and they keep this updated. We knew with this target deck that we had where the Arif Brigade was and where it wasn't. We knew, for instance, that abandoned compound had not only been converted partially to a school, but the central part had been converted to a hospital. We knew this, and that was also in the no strike list. Now we come to the war, and when Donald Trump told Benjamin Netanyahu told Donald Trump on February 11th that we need to go to war, Pete Hegseth came in with his genius plan of shock and awe. You don't go in and just strike the targets that are important, because we already had that target deck. We could be bombing the Arif Brigade, and we did bomb the Arif Brigade. Not too much good because they still got the Strait of Hormuz closed, but that's another question. We needed more targets because we had to create this impression of overwhelming force coming in, so the Iranian people would say, my goodness, look at the power of America, and they've killed Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. It's time for us to abandon the regime, rise up and remove the regime. So we needed to shock and awe these people. We needed bombs to be hitting targets. We needed things to go boom all over the country. In order to do that, you need places on the ground to hit. We had the target deck that was important, the target deck that was military relevant. That wasn't enough boom for the buck. We needed more. So they turned to an AI program called Claude, and Claude went around and just sifted through the old data. And Claude came up with a bunch of targets, including that compound, which Claude called an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command Naval Headquarters Facility. Now, here's the thing. Normally, there would be people like me who would receive that and go, now, outdated information, throw it away. They cut me out of it. It was going into the target deck. But then in 2023, the Department of Defense created a new unit called the the bottom line is their job was to review targets to civilian. That's it. The civilian mitigation in harm resources unit. Their job was to make sure that we didn't blow up schools and things. Their job was to do one more scrub. Now, why would we need this? Because the law of war created people like me who are supposed to do this job. Because during the war on terror, we stopped doing that. During the war on terror, we blew up wedding parties. During the war on terror, we blew up hospitals. 2015, AC-130, banging away at a hospital that we knew was a hospital, being directed by special forces that knew it was a hospital. But we did it anyways because we just stopped caring about the law of war. The final straw that broke the camel's back was that last drone strike in Afghanistan after the troops withdrew. We sent a missile in, killed an aid worker and his family. And that's when the Defense Department went, we're doing this wrong. There's a problem here. So they created this unit. And this unit was mandated to join up with combatant commands, and they would scrub every target deck. And all the commanders loved this unit because it made them back to comply with the law of war. It forced them to do the job the right way, the way it's supposed to be done. It's not an interference with our combat duties to do this. It enhances our combat duties because we're hitting the right targets. The best way to create a terrorist is to blow up his home, blow up the home of a farmer. You just created a terrorist, and he'll come after you for the rest of his life. The best way to win that war is not to blow up that farm, not to blow up the mosque, not to blow up the school. So we had this unit that was doing it. Pete Hegseth came in and said, of course, that he's going to change the ethos. In March of 2025, shortly after President Trump was sworn in, Pete Hegseth dissolved this unit. He shut it down. The 10-member team that was at CENTCOM, gone. The 5 guys at Fifth Fleet, gone. Shut it down. No more scrubbing. And then he came out with his new ethos. We are going to be more lethal. No more stupid rules of engagement, he said. Lethality. We kill things. We break things. This is what we do. And he unleashed the military. And this was the mentality that then rolled into this bombing campaign. Claude generates AI targets. There's nobody screening them. They just get plugged right in because we need to do the big, booming effect. So the compound got targeted with 4 TLAMs, Tomahawk land attack missiles. They're fired from Aegis. They're fired from submarines. 4 of them, because there was 3 points of impact: 2 warehouses and the headquarters building. They called a headquarters building. Now, a 4th one goes because you have to have redundancy. There's a certain classified percentage of cruise missiles that don't function. It supposedly got better, but we fired almost 60 cruise missiles into a Syrian chemical weapons compound in 2017, or alleged chemical weapons compound. 23 of them didn't hit their target. That's almost 50%. I'm not saying that's the number because it's a classified number, but a large number of our cruise missiles don't hit their target. So we brought in a 4th one, and its job was, after the first 3 hit, the cruise missile has an onboard camera, and it comes in and click, takes it, and then it goes into a loitering pattern while it transmits the data back to the targeting cell, who looks at the imagery, decide whether or not they killed the targets. There's their battle damage assessment. So the imagery comes back. The guys look at it. The warehouses each have a hole where it's supposed to have a hole. They say, done. The school has a collapse, which is one of the criteria of. But the thing about the school, which we weren't calling schools, the headquarters, is the imagery is not that good. It's the pixels aren't that refined. You don't get great resolution, but you can see there's people all around it. And the targeter went, that's the headquarters, and there's a lot of people around there. These are the missile people we need to kill. And so they went back to that loitering missile, reprogrammed it, and had to come in and reattack. Now, what they didn't realize is after that first missile hit the building and collapsed, the students had already been assembled. There were other missiles hitting in Manab, and the principal called the parents and said, you got to come get your kids. So they started to bring the kids in and bring them in, get them ready to go home. So the kids are all assembled in their classrooms with their backpacks, all that. The first missile hits, and it collapsed the building. You got kids screaming, kids dismembered, the whole thing. But the principal's running around grabbing the survivors and taking them. You know how if we have a tornado, we have a safe place in the school, the gymnasium or the cafeteria or the library, a reinforced place. They say, this is your safe place. Well, the safe place in this school was the prayer room. And so the kids started to assemble there, the survivors. The principal's bringing them in, and they get them all packed in there. And then the other cruise missile hits it. And the warhead they use is a dual effects munition. It can punch through a concrete ceiling, which this case it did. Now it comes down. It's got 350 pounds of titanium casing. The titanium's been scored, so it can break up into tiny little fragments. Inside, that's 450 pounds of high-speed, high explosive. So when it punches through at the initial charge, comes in, and then blows up, it turns the titanium into, tens of thousands of razor-sharp shards that just gut the building and literally vaporize people, slice them to death. And now, these aren't bad people. These aren't terrorists. These aren't enemy soldiers. These are 6 to 12-year-old girls, scared already because they've already been hit. They're hearing their friends scream because their friends are in that other building over there collapsed. They're hearing their friends scream, cry for help. The teachers, some of them are dead. They see body parts all over the place. They're scared to death. This thing comes down and literally vaporizes them. There's an extra little bonus here because, you see, at the Los Alamos National Labs, they said, wait a minute, these are liquid fueled cruise missiles. We still got that JP-10 on there. JP-10's high, hot, burning fuel. And we need to maximize. So there's another thing you can do as it comes in. You can program it so that last fuel is compressed in, and then it can be released sequentially. They have a special addition to the warhead, and it can turn into a fuel air explosive. So boom, 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 and then boom, the fireball that burns everything. 69 of these children are unrecoverable, burned to ashes because of this munition. This is what we did in order to get the bigger boom. This is a war crime. Pete Hegseth is a war criminal, a literal war criminal. No, there's no way he would survive a trial, and he should be fired, arrested, and put on trial, not by a foreign court, by an American court, because we have a law, 1996, the War Crimes Act. It prohibits this very thing. This is one of the most illegal things imaginable. There's no defense for what Pete Hegseth has done. This was intentional. You know that, Judge. You know the language. When you have somebody up there saying, no regard for the rules, increased lethality, our job is to kill. And then he goes around and gives orders such as no quarter. which is also illegal. This is a walking, talking war criminal in motion who has committed one of the most heinous war crimes possible, the slaughter of innocent children. And this was done solely because of him. He's the one who said, disband the unit that would have prevented this. He's the one that said, don't regard the laws of war. No rules of conduct. We are going in to be lethal. His intent was to kill without regard, because if he wanted regard, if he wanted distinction, then you obey the law of war and you review the targets for distinction, which you are required to do under the Geneva Conventions. It is a mandatory requirement of the additional protocol 1977 to the 1949 Geneva Conventions that has been adopted, the law of war manual, which is the law for the military. Pete Hegseth said, don't obey the law. And he said, I'm canceling the regulation to make sure that we do obey the law because we hadn't been obeying the law. That's what happened to the children's school, Judge.
What a catastrophe. And Trump will probably pardon him, which is why the only recourse would be a trial elsewhere. The war crimes have no statute of limitations. The president's pardon does not extend outside the United States, and there's no venue requirement, meaning any country could try him, even a country not involved in this. This is
but if you impeach the president, this is monstrous. The United States, the president can't pardon.
Say again?
Impeach the president of the United States, convict the president of the United States, and the president can't pardon.
Yeah.
I mean, there is recourse in this democracy to hold these people accountable to the rule of law. We, the people, just have to.
There has to be recourse because the situation that you described is so barbaric, so inhumane. It's simply mind-boggling. And then Trump said the Iranians bombed their own school. And then when the Defense Department itself said, no, we bombed it, and they asked Trump how he wanted to respond to that, he said, I'm unfamiliar with the report you're talking about. Yeah. So a terrible, horrible, horrific state of affairs. How could the U.S. have I'm segueing a little bit, Scott, badly miscalculated, misunderstood the Iranian resilience and the asymmetric nature of the Iranian offensive responses?
Well, the interesting thing is that we didn't, actually. We know now that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff briefed Donald Trump on what the likely course of action of the Iranian government would be. We know that they said that they will strike American military bases. We know that that the president was briefed that the Straits of Hormuz would be closed. So we knew that this is predictable. The fact that we didn't have plans to deal with this is different, but the Joint Chiefs of Staff warned the president, this is what's going to happen. Then we have Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. She commissioned a national intelligence council and a review, intelligence assessment about this. And she said other things, such as you won't get regime change. Even if you kill Ali Khamenei on day one, you'll just strengthen the regime. The people will rally around the government. There's no support inside Iran for this regime change activity. They talked about ballistic missile production. They said the Iranians have been building missiles. They've been hiding missiles. We don't know where these missiles are. And so it's likely the Iranians will continue to launch missiles and drones throughout the period of conflict. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. So the president of the United States was briefed on all of this. But he's surrounded by a bunch of sycophants, including Pete Hegseth, who said, we are warriors, Mr. President. We have the warriors ethos. We are lethal. We're the most lethal people in the world. And he basically cheerleaded America into this war, convincing the president to disregard his intelligence professionals and his military professionals and go with Pete Hegseth, non-woke. Anybody talking about the law of war is a jag-off. That's what he called him, Jag. Jag being the judge, Judge Advocate General. But he, jag-off. He's making fun of them, mocking them, as if law doesn't matter. And the president's going for this because he loves that kind of stuff, because it's stroking his ego, making him feel good. And he's surrounded by Marco Rubio, who's nodding his head stupidly, Scott Bessent, who's nodding his head stupidly. The most stupid people in the world are advising this president. The two people that have a brain on their shoulders, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and Tulsi Gabbard, are being disregarded. And J.D. Vance is in the corner silent. I mean, this was J.D. Vance's moment to stand up and say, no, Mr. President, we can't support this war. This is an illegal war of aggression. There's no justification under the law of war for this. I'm your vice president. I'm telling you, I won't support this. I support the assessments but J.D. Vance remains silent because he's too much of a coward. He wants to be president, so he has to play the game. But basically, this happened because Donald Trump is not a very smart man. He has no moral compass. He can be easily misled by people who simply stroke his ego, and that gets Donald Trump to go whichever direction they want him to go. And Pete Hegseth is a war criminal, itching for a major conflict to prove the lethality of his new improved Department of War.
Here is some breaking news. I don't know this person by name, but the United States Counterterrorism Director Joe Kent just resigned over the war, saying, quote, you ready for this, Scott? Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States.
Joe Kent was a former Special Forces officer, probably made famous. I mean, he was a very, well-renowned, well-regarded, but his wife was a naval special warfare operator linguist, and she was killed in Syria in the ISIS bombing. She was very highly decorated, very highly regarded, and so Kent became, known as I think her name was Shannon Kent's husband, and he ran for Congress several times in Washington State, but couldn't break through the party system. But he had a good reputation. He's very conservative, very hawkish, very MAGA, and Trump appointed him to this position, and he was qualified for the job. But he has a conscience. He's one of those people who actually knows what the Constitution is, knows the oath he took, and understands what a real threat is, unlike Donald Trump, whose biggest threat in life has been bone spurs. Kent was on the front lines. Kent buried his wife, who was on the front lines. He knows this stuff. So he did the honorable thing. And hopefully this is the beginning of a wave of resignations of men and women of honor who recognize that what we're doing here is just, it's not only wrong. I mean, it's not just that we're losing, Judge. I mean, that's bad enough, but it's against the law. This is literally the definition of an illegal war of aggression. And where wars of aggression stand in the pantheon of international law. Judge Jackson said it's the greatest war crime of all because from this war crime, all other crimes are committed. And yet the United States is now willfully carrying out an illegal war of aggression. And we know it's illegal because Donald Trump says he doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care about international law. He doesn't need to go to Congress. He doesn't need congressional approval. He's the president. As he told the World Economic Forum, I am a dictator. I don't care about international law. I only go with what's here. Well, what's here isn't connected to what's here because what's here doesn't work. And Pete Hegseth whispers in here and what's here starts to beep because somebody's stroking him. And off we went to war. And finally we have somebody willing to say, no, I'm not playing this game.
You mentioned Vice President Vance. Here is a reporter asking him, how can you support the war when you spent your career opposing it? Chris, cut number 16.
I know what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to drive a wedge between members of the administration, between me and the president. What the president said consistently, going back to 2015, and I agreed with him, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We have taken this military action under the president's leadership. I think all of us, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, should pray for success and pray for the safety of our troops. That's the approach that I've taken. Make it as successful as possible.
So there's no hesitation, given your past statements, with the current operation?
What do you mean there's no hesitation with my past statements?
Given your skepticism of foreign adventurism, you were a critic of the global war on terror previously.
Well, I think one big difference, Phil, is that we have a smart president, whereas in the past we've had dumb presidents. And I trust President Trump to get the job done, to do a good job for the American people, and to make sure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Absolutely.
Thanks, sir.
So JD's been great.
Sycophant with a capital S.
And again, just if the reporters, were worth their salt, they would have said, well, what nuclear program? Your director of national intelligence, who's still your director of national intelligence, testified before Congress saying there is no nuclear weapons program. Now, President Trump said he doesn't believe her. Then why does she still have the job?
Right.
And then I would ask the other question, were you briefed by the DNI going into this about the update based upon what was that briefing? because the answer is yes, you were briefed. And she said there is no nuclear weapons program. I also would have asked, what did Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner report to you? The very first thing they said the Iranians told them. And the answer is that there's 450 kilograms of uranium hexafluoride enriched to 60%. Now, why is this important? See, Witkoff and Kushner went, they're threatening us with 10 bombs. But what the Iranians were actually doing is saying, we haven't done a damn thing with this. All you guys accusing us of trying to make a weapon. If we were trying to make a weapon, we would have further enriched this material. We'd begin to turn it into a metal and all that. It's in the original condition it was before the June War started. It's all here, and we're willing to work with you to verify that it's all here. The Iranians were saying, we don't have a nuclear weapons program, and we're ready to prove it. And yet the Trump administration didn't want to hear that answer because he ordered the diplomacy to take place after he made the decision to go to war. And so the diplomacy was always a cover, always going to be a lie. But everything J.D. Vance said in there was an absolute lie, up to and including that we have a smart president now. This president doesn't know anything. This president's a liar. He's confused. I mean, he literally, he made a statement yesterday to the effect of, well, you know, we've won this war. I mean, we've won decisively. It's over. It's a decisive defeat. Why are the Iranians continuing to shut the Strait of Hormuz? That's not fair, is it? I mean, why don't they just recognize that we've won the war? Does that sound like a smart president to you? It sounds like a deluded man who's confused, maybe, you know, pre-dementia to kicking in. But that's not a normally functioning brain for a commander-in-chief who just took his nation to war and is getting his ass handed to him.
How badly, and I'm going to ask you if we know this because of their notorious censorship, has Israel been damaged by the Iranian counterattacks?
Well, the first thing we know is that Israel can't defend itself. I mean, they're carrying out offensive operations, but those offensive operations haven't resulted in a diminishment of the Iranian attacks. The Iranian attacks are constant, continuous, and accurate. The Iranians are specifically targeting critical infrastructure, defense infrastructure, and then also the infrastructure that is used to power the nation. They've taken out the Haifa refineries. They've taken out power stations in Tel Aviv. They've taken out military headquarters, intelligence headquarters. They're starting to strike air bases with great precision. They're striking bunkers, leadership bunkers, and they're hitting what they aim at. And the Israelis know this. And this is what was happening at the end of the 12-day war. The Israelis started to see that the Iranians were hitting them with high precision, very destructive weapons that couldn't be shot down. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu was shaking hands, called Trump and said, we have to end this thing. And that's when Trump made the phone call to the Iranians. And then Midnight Hammer came in. But today, the war continues. And the Israelis are seeing every day this war goes on, the Iranians are hitting them with bigger weapons, stronger weapons, more accurate weapons, and these weapons are hitting their targets. These are not indiscriminate attacks against Israeli civilians. If there were, the death count would be through the roof. These are very precise, precision strikes against well-defined targets, and they're achieving their results. The Israelis are in a state of panic right now. They don't know what to do because they can't stop the missiles from being launched, and the United States hasn't succeeded in toppling the regime. And so this war goes on, but every day it goes on, the Israelis are getting struck. They closed Ben Gurion Airport the other day. Nobody can leave. And the airport is full of people who are panicking right now. They say, we have to leave. What's going to happen is that Israel is going to become uninhabitable to a significant percentage of their population. And when the airport does leave, when the ports open up, you know, they may lose 20% of their population. When that happens, that's the end of Israel. Once Israel starts to depopulate, you know, the demographics of the region alone speak to the fact that the Palestinians will become the vast majority. And we won't be talking about a state of Israel in 10 years. We're talking about a state of Palestine. This is what the Israelis fear, and this is what's happening. This is the result of what the Iranians are doing. And people need to realize the Iranians understand this. Iran is the only nation that has in their constitution a clause that says that they are constitutionally obligated to support the state of Palestine, the creation of the state of Palestine. And so Iran is carrying out military actions against Israel, not just designed to punish Israel, but designed to create the framework in which a Palestinian state can exist. And this requires a defeat of the greater Israel Zionist cause.
Here's Foreign Minister Arachi, whom you and I have met, talking about this very subject. I believe it's earlier today, Chris number 17.
When we say we do not want a ceasefire, it is not because we are seeking war. It is because this time, this entire conflict must be brought to a definitive conclusion in such a way that our enemies will never even contemplate the possibility of repeating these attacks and this aggression. And I firmly believe that even up to this very moment, they have already begun to absorb a very profound and lasting lesson.
Already begun to absorb a very profound and lasting lesson. How?
Trump arguing that the war could end soon, and according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump's advisors are recommending that he puts a quick end to this war. It's still unclear what the U.S. demands are, but what do we know about Iran's demands? Because it's been attacked twice now in surprise attacks during negotiations, only within the last year, and well, seemingly with the intentions of regime change and the destruction of Iran. I don't think this has changed, and which begs the question: what is it that Iran wants? What are its war objectives now that, again, this war is going on?
I think by now it's becoming clear that the things that we've been saying for well over a year now have all turned out to be true. And that the assessments made by Western think tanks, Western pundits, Western media, and Western regimes have all turned out to be false. And this is the story of the last 47 years. And it's not just Iran. Remember, Hezbollah was literally destroyed, but now we see Hezbollah's hitting the Israeli regime very hard. So their assessments are based on wishful thinking. Now, after, well, almost 2 weeks now of war, where the United States has brought its where the United States has brought its firepower to the region, and alongside the Israeli regime, and through using its assets in the Persian Gulf and in Turkey and the Jordan, it's waging this all-out war on Iran. They failed. I think we already see clear signs that the United States is heading for a defeat. The Iranians are not going to accept a ceasefire. Ceasefire is not an option. This war will continue until Iran's demands are met. Iran will no longer accept a situation in the region where the United States can threaten it again. That's over. Iran will no longer allow regimes in the Persian Gulf to be bases, to act as bases for the United States to threaten Iran. And Iran will demand, and it will get full compensation for the slaughter and the destruction. And the longer that this war lasts, the more compensation Iran will take from the regimes in the Persian Gulf or whoever else. What Iran will receive is compensation. That is inevitable. We have seen how the Iranians have emerged stronger. Yes, they've destroyed our civil infrastructure. They've bombed many apartment buildings. They've massacred school children. They've destroyed hospitals. They do what they always do. I mean, this is not new for the regime in Washington, nor for the genocidal regime in Tel Aviv. We've seen it in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria. We've seen it in Cuba. We've seen it in, of course, in Gaza. But the Iranians are emerging stronger. There's no doubt about that. And we've seen people in huge numbers come to the streets every night, and sometimes during the day, from the beginning of the war. in support of the leader, in defiance of Trump and the Trump regime, and under fire, under missile fire, under the threat of being murdered. Yesterday, in the gathering in Tehran that I participated in, they bombed Tehran as huge crowds were in central Tehran. But no one budged. No one moved. There was no panic. So I think that when we take all this into account, the fact that Iran's missiles and drones are striking U.S. assets across the Persian Gulf region, and the fact that the Israeli regime is being pounded day and night, and the fact that the resistance in Lebanon and Iraq are actively hurting the regime, and the fact that Yemen is prepared to carry out its offensive actions against this aggression of this Epstein coalition, it just indicates that it's only going to get worse for the United States and worse for its proxies in the region.
This sounds a bit like the idea of the ceasefire is not acceptable because, well, they will only come back again, that there's a need for a different status quo or a political settlement. It sounds a bit also like the war in Ukraine, that is, with the Russians not wanting simply NATO to regroup, replenish, and then have another go at it. But I was wanted to ask what is happening on the ground there, though, in Iran, because what we've seen over the past few days is the attacks on its fuel depots, which has caused this toxic rain that apparently burns the skin, destroy lungs. Also, it's a bit of an ecological disaster, if I'm not mistaken, as it produces cancer and other diseases, possibly for decades to come. We also seen the destruction of the desalination plant, that is what cleans the water, which is considered yet another war crime. Oil tankers being attacked. How are you assessing this? Is this the U.S. and Israel not able to defeat Iran on the battlefield, so go after population, but also how would Iran retaliate? Because this is an escalation once the civilian population is the target.
Yes, I think it's pretty clear by now that the United States has failed on the battlefield. It has failed to stop our missiles and drones. So since it cannot destroy Iran's underground facilities and its factories that produce missiles and drones, it is taking it out on ordinary people. It is trying to slaughter people, to create panic and fear among society. It is destroying key infrastructure to make Iranians worry about the days and weeks ahead. And of course, the airstrikes on the refinery and the massive fires that were caused and which burned quite a few people alive. That has spread across Tehran and beyond. And if you look at my car, it's covered in oil. It's oily. If you drive across Tehran, you'll see automobiles, many of them, those that were parked outside in the open, that they face the same situation. When you go out and touch something, your hand becomes dark, it becomes oily, it becomes dirty. And of course, our children are inhaling this, our grandchildren are inhaling this, men and women are inhaling this, elder people are inhaling this. People like myself who are victims of chemical attacks by the West through Saddam Hussein, especially the German regime, which was key in providing those chemical weapons, we are at risk. Messages were sent to all those who were victims of gas attacks to take extra precaution. But how can you take extra precaution? There are things you have to do. So this, I think, is clearly an act of desperation, and it does seem that Trump is desperate. It does seem that he's that he is not that he's not doing well. Over the past few hours, he's been saying all sorts of crazy things, and at one moment he speaks about the war coming to an end. Then he speaks about destroying the Iranian nation. And you don't see any outrage in the West. You don't see European leaders outraged when he talks about destroying the Iranian nation. You don't see CNN or the BBC or Fox News or The Guardian outraged when he says that he will attempt to destroy the nation. This is extraordinary, and it shows how morally bankrupt the elites in the West are from any of these major political parties and entities that are controlled by this the oligarchs and the Epstein class. But even those threats and those inconsistent and those constantly changing statements coming from Trump, they're not going to affect Iran. Iran is going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. He can try his best to talk the markets down. It will work for a couple of days, but the fact is that there's going to be a shortage of energy. Every day, 20 million barrels of oil, and it could increase if Iran punishes the regime in Baku, the Republic of Azerbaijan, or if the Yemenis strike Saudi oil pipeline that goes to the Red Sea, and so on, it would get worse. But for now, 20 million barrels of oil a day are disappearing from the marketplace, and every day an extra 20 million is added to it. So he can talk down the market for a couple of days, and Western media and Western governments can help him do that, and then they can release their reserves. The reserves, as far as I know, that the G7 have, can only last 2 months. I mean, they can only compensate for 2 months, but they have 2 months worth of reserves, and I don't think that that Iran plans to open the Strait of Hormuz anytime soon. So we're heading for a global economic crisis. And this is something that we discussed. You and I discussed this multiple times, and I'm sure you and your other guests have discussed this many times before as well. So the fact is that the West is ignorant. They could have listened to your show, Western elites, and they would have discovered that 6 months ago, what would be happening, what would happen under the current circumstances. They brought this upon themselves. And again, I constantly think or remember what Trump said early on. He said, we didn't expect Iran to attack its assets in the Persian Gulf. The amount of ignorance that exists in Washington is just beyond belief. Why would they not have expected it? It was 100% certain that would happen. But so it shows that Washington is blind to reality. And I don't see any reason why that blindness has suddenly been cured. So I don't believe that they're going to make decisions now that are realistic either. But in any case, whether Trump's aides want him to succeed in having him look for a off-ramp or not, Iran is not going to accept a ceasefire. That's out of the question. Conditions will have to be met, and those conditions will be met. And these Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf, first and foremost, are the ones who are going to have to obey and accept Iran's conditions, Iran is now talking about controlling the Strait of Hormuz from now on and receiving money or allowing ships to pass through. This is what these Arab regimes have brought upon themselves, these dictatorships. They thought that they could have their cake and eat it too, that they could have U.S. bases and threaten Iran and have Iran bombed, and then Qatar and the Emirates and the regime in Bahrain, Kuwait, and the Saudis, they could say that we're neutral and get away with it. That's not happening. Right now, they're paying a price, but even when the war ends, they will continue to pay a price. They have to compensate for all the things that they've done against Iran. We're living in a new reality, Glenn. Iran is much more confident now about itself, and great harm has been done to its people by adversaries, and Iran sees its strength. The people see their strength. The people on the streets recognize their strength. And this is a reality that the Americans are going to have to deal with from now on.
I think, well, what you alluded to is one of the key weaknesses I think we see in the West now, which something that I've definitely warned a lot about. That is, I think we've been captured by our own narratives. As you said, the people I've spoken to on this program here, there's almost been a complete consensus that if the U.S. would attack, then the first thing Iran would do is to knock out all of its bases in the region. So it should have been predictable. I think the reason why it wasn't predictable is because the governments and their lapdogs and the media, they organize around these narratives, which means, they all have to explain why one side is good and the other is evil. So the kind of narrative they land on is, well, this is all about liberating Iranians. We want to liberate the women of Iran from an oppressive regime. And if you buy into this premise, then it is possible to escalate the costs on Iran, and then it will make concessions, and a little bit like the Afghanistan thing. Apparently NATO occupied Afghanistan for 20 years so girls could go to school. This is it's not okay for grown adults to believe this, but that's essentially the consensus. But this is the problem. Then if you don't accept the world as it is, then you end up with this very silly expectations. And it's not that different from how we trapped ourselves in narratives with the Russians as well. This is something I spoke a lot about with the former CIA director for Russia analysis, George Beebe. He was making this point as well, that we got captured in narratives, because if you argue that the Russians invaded, it was unprovoked, all we have to do is send some weapons, elevate the cost, and then they will, see that it's not worth it and back down. But again, we're not allowed to say that NATO started it, that it's an existential threat, which means that any escalation will be met on the Russian side. And I think, as I always say, same with Iran, a poor analysis leads to poor politics. And the fact that this wasn't predictable is, well, honestly, it's frightening. But we see the narratives continue. Trump made a speech where he said that Witkoff had told him that, well, the Iranians had told Witkoff that they would continue to develop nuclear weapons no matter what. I mean, this is just really wild. Even the hardcore MAGA people can't buy into this. I mean, this is just really, really too much, it seems. But you did mention the Strait of Hormuz, and we now hear from France that they're sending possibly a aircraft carrier and some warships, and they're gonna on a defensive mission to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. While Trump says that if Iran doesn't permit it, they're gonna hit Iran 20 times harder, which is oddly specific. How do you assess the possible entry of France into this war?
Well, I think from what we've seen in Ukraine, it's quite clear how powerful the French armed forces is. The entire European Union has been spending everything it has and doesn't have to defeat the Russians, and they failed. And it's going to get a lot worse now, because a lot of their resources have been sent to the Persian Gulf region and have been wasted and lost because they've been firing off anti-missile systems day and night. So the situation in Ukraine is going to deteriorate. That is going to be even more painful for the EU and the British in the days, weeks, and months ahead. And I think the Russians obviously are going to be very much empowered. They are selling oil at a much higher uh, price. They no longer have to give discounts. And their enemy in Ukraine is being severely weakened. So I think that will lead the Russians to take advantage of this situation, to push their advantage. I have no doubt that the French have no capabilities that would impress Iran. And the United States is already doing whatever it can against Iranian people, slaughtering people. Just a couple of hours ago, they carried out airstrikes in Tehran and bombed highways and bombed civilian targets, slaughtering more people, just like they did last night. Last night, they carried out multiple massacres in Tehran. So what more can they do? If they want to destroy Iran's key infrastructure, that's a possibility. But then Iran will destroy all key infrastructure in this region. Everything. All the oil and gas installations in the Persian Gulf region and in the Caucasus will be gone, finished. They won't be damaged, they'll be destroyed. And that will mean that the key infrastructure of the United States will collapse. The world will collapse because we will enter a severe global economic depression. If that's what the United States wants, that's what it will get. But the world will know that it's the United States that did this. It will know that the Zionists did this. It will know that Netanyahu did this. Because Iran does not want war. Iran does not want to expand the war. We want to live in peace. We want the rights of Palestinians and the Lebanese and the people of Syria to be restored. That's a very normal expectation. But if war is imposed upon us, we will respond with countermeasures. We will punish the enemy. And now the United States has lost everything in the Persian Gulf region. And the damage that has been done to the United States is far greater so far than to Iran. Because the Persian Gulf region is, all of these are American assets. The oil that is sold, I mean, think about this, Glenn, and I'm sure you have, but I'm just, I'm sure your audience also knows this because they're very politically aware. But let's think about this. This oil is not being sold. What is it sold in? It's sold in dollars. That's one. Two, a lot of this money goes to the U.S. stock market. And for bonds, there's no money. So it's not going to go there. And there's huge damage that's been done to these regimes. It's not just the drone or the missile that hits. It's the entire confidence that used to exist about these regimes, where huge amounts of money from across the world would go to the Emirates, for example, just as one example. That's disappeared. So these are all U.S. assets, and they're huge consumers. The amount of consumption that these Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf have is the equivalent of maybe the African continent or the Latin American continent. I can't say with specifics, but they are huge consumers. Huge consumers. Well, they're not consuming anymore. So they're not selling oil. The price of oil is going to go up. There are no dollars from those exports going to the U.S. stock market, and few less dollars are circulating. That makes the U.S. dollar less important as a global currency. None of this is, and of course, the worth of the entire western side or southwestern side of the Persian Gulf has collapsed. It is no longer a place where you can invest in or you can have confidence in. And as I said, this area is controlled by the United States. So the damage done to the United States and the West through its own aggression against Iran, and of course the Israeli regime, which is being hammered day and night. What fool is going to invest in the Israeli regime in future? This is the second time Iran has been pounding it for in the last 8-9 months. So all of these are huge. We're the country that's sanctioned. We don't have foreign investors. Any investment is carried out by individuals in Iran and the government. That will continue to be the case. But I think for the United States, this is a sea change.
Yeah, well, that kind of points to how much is at stake here, because if the United States would be successful in terms of, well, as they keep saying on Fox News, to seize control over Iran and its oil, then, well, essentially China would be cut off from Iranian energy, and the U.S. would have a strategic advantage against its main peer rival. However, if it's unsuccessful, and then now the petrodollar is essentially under threat, this would then impact things like the funding of the AI bubble in the U.S., which would then end the race for dominance in high tech, in the high tech industries, in artificial intelligence, robotics. So there's a lot at stake here, and as we see, Iran is of course bearing the brunt of this. But given all that is at stakes, and we know that the U.S. will likely intensify the pressure on Iran, that is to escalate. Well, what is it that possible for Iran to do if it wants to go up, also go up the escalation ladder? That is, the Iranian government said that they have some surprises coming. I know they're not, whispering in your ear, but what kind of surprises do you think this could be in terms of what is the next step on the escalation ladder? Then it's not just the U.S. bases that are vulnerable. As you inferred before, all this Gulf nations' energy infrastructure is also very exposed and vulnerable. Is this the kind of thing the Iranians would go after, or?
I think it depends on the pace of escalation and the type of escalation. And of course, not only are there capabilities that Iran has, but Yemen has not yet entered the war, and it is preparing itself, and it is upgrading its capabilities. And the resistance in Iraq, while it has been active and it has been doing a lot of damage to U.S. interests, it can expand a lot more. But as every day that goes by, Glenn, every day, 20 million barrels of oil do not go to the market, and that number just increases. So over, let's say, the last 10 days, if let's say during 10 days, no oil has left, that's 200 million barrels. The entire stocks of the G7, they say, is 1,200 barrels. So if this just continues for a few more weeks, then imagine where the prices will go. So already Iran is escalating just by keeping the Strait of Hormuz shut. But as you know, Iran has not yet used its most advanced technology. Over the last couple of days, it has used more newer drones than before. But almost for the entire first week and a bit after, Iran was exclusively using old drones and old missiles. And as we speak, the Iranians have refrained from using their newer technologies. So there's a lot that Iran can do. If damage is done to Iran's infrastructure, if the United States takes a further step to destroy more of Iran's oil or gas or energy installations, then the same will happen in areas controlled by the United States, in Kuwait, in the Emirates, in Saudi Arabia. If they strike our desalination plants. We don't need them the way they do. If we destroy the desalination plants in the Persian Gulf region, everyone will have to leave. They'll have to drive across the Arabian Peninsula to Syria, Jordan, Iraq. It will be over. So, because these are countries that are deserts. Iran has, you've been to Tehran. The mountains above Tehran right now are full of snow. And that we haven't had, Tehran hasn't had an extraordinarily good year. We've had droughts. Large parts of the country have had good rain this year. Tehran is a bit excluded, but we have snow, we have water. Today it rained, as I was telling you before the show. It rains, I think, as we speak. So we're not like these Arab regimes. We have our own. We have 15 neighbors through which we can do trade. We have agriculture. We have our own indigenous industries. So, but they have oil and they have gas. And if there are no desalination plants, they won't be able to stay, even with those assets intact. But everything can be destroyed. And as I said, these are American assets. These are not Qatari assets. Qatar is a country of 400,000. The ruling family is stealing a lot of money, giving handouts to its own people, not the indentured servants and the slaves and so on that are there. And then the rest goes to Western companies and corporations. The World Cup, they spent, some say, almost $200 billion on the World Cup. Just, these are, paying to build hotels and the stadiums that are now all empty, that have been empty before the war. So these are not real countries. They're completely dependent on oil and gas, but they're American assets. They're Western assets. And so their destruction means the destruction of American assets. Their weakness means American wealth is diminished. So they can hurt us, but we can hurt them far more than they can hurt us, especially since the West is so financialized and it no longer has a production base. High prices of fuel and would be enormously destructive, but the wealth and assets that they've accumulated in this region, that will all be gone as well.
I did want to ask about
one thing I should add. Something. Americans don't export anything anymore, but they do export very expensive weapons. And these Arab regimes in the Persian Gulf, they always buy weapons. And they don't even have the pilots to fly the planes. They just buy the weapons to give the Americans money, give the Europeans money, and to give kickbacks to Western senators and their own princes. That's basically how it works. That's gone. There won't be money anymore. There won't be money to buy American jets and American styles that they'll just put somewhere in some bunker because they don't have anyone to use. So the United States is losing in all respects. And this is the huge weapons market for the United States. But when they don't have money, then what are they going to buy? Sorry for interrupting.
No. Well, I want to ask what has been referred to as or suggested could be the false flag attacks. That is, we've seen Iran take credit for, all of the attacks, the retaliatory attacks, with some exceptions. They said the attacks on the oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, they said, this wasn't us, if I'm not mistaken. Same as the attack on Azerbaijan was said that wasn't Iran either. And of course, there's one ballistic missile heading towards Turkey, which was then brought down, and Iran said, that's not us either. What I thought was interesting is Azerbaijan would retaliate, but now instead it announced that they will be sending humanitarian aid to Iran. What is happening in this regard? Is has Iran, I guess, cleared the air with some of these countries, or are they possibly? It's possible that they will enter the war as well.
Well, the ballistic missile that over Turkey, and I don't know the details. If I remember to ask, if you remind me later to ask, and I'll get back to you on that. I think probably it was heading for Israel, and it was down, and maybe it strayed over. It went over like parts of Turkey, but Turkey is helping Israel. I mean, the radar base in Turkey is being used to feed information to the Israeli regime. Erdogan is clearly helping Israel. There's no doubt about that. But that aside, I mean, I don't think Iran targeted anything inside Turkey. I think they just NATO'd down the missile that was probably heading for Israel. But I'll look into this and get back to you later on that if you remind me, because I'm very forgetful. But with regards to Azerbaijan, I mean, no one takes the drone strike in Azerbaijan seriously. If Iran wanted to hit Azerbaijan, it wouldn't be with a small drone. Iran would destroy its oil and gas infrastructure if it wanted to, especially after what Azerbaijan has done to Iran, what the regime has done. And Glenn, many Iranians believe that Azerbaijan belongs to Iran. And most Azeris in Iran believe that Azerbaijan belongs to Iran. And as you know, this is not the policy of the state by any means. But if Azerbaijan pushes, continues helping the Israeli regime against Iran with the United States, the regime won't last. Iran won't tolerate this. And Iran has many supporters in Azerbaijan. All their leaders are in jail. They've been in jail for years now. But if they push, they'll be destroying the regime. And a new government will come to power, which is friendly to Iran, very swiftly. It'll take just a few days at most. So Azerbaijan, it started making a lot of threatening. The Aliyev, the regime's leader, started making some statements, and then he spoke. I guess he got the message from Iran that watch out, we're not in the mood. So he's changed too, and the same is true with the Kurdish groups in northern Iraq. If they attack Iran, Iran has told Erbil that they will destroy it. They will destroy the regional government in the north of Iraq, and so will the Iraqi resistance. And that can be done very easily. And then there will no longer, Iran and Iraq will no longer tolerate an autonomous regime in northern Iraq. That'll be brought to an end. And these groups are just exposing themselves because these Kurdish groups are exposing themselves to Kurds, ordinary Kurds, that they work with the CIA and Mossad. And I don't think Kurds in Iraq, and definitely not Kurds in Iran, although the Kurds in Iran are not very large in number, but they're not the sort to cooperate with the CIA. And but everyone has exposed themselves. I mean, Erdogan has exposed himself as being an asset of Trump and the United States for over 2 years. And this is important, Glenn, because the Islamic world and beyond, and people in Latin America and Africa are seeing who is standing up for the Palestinians and who is colluding with the enemies of the Palestinians. And this is having an enormous effect. There's a sea change in attitudes taking place towards Iran across the region, on the streets and beyond. Not just like the Islamic world, not just among Sunnis, but among people everywhere, because they see, and they're recognizing that these 47 years of antagonistic narratives towards Iran, that they're now questioning everything, and they see Iran as heroic. This is something that I feel when I'm in contact with intellectuals and thinkers and activists abroad. When when I'm active online and I see the responses, it's clear that there has been a very substantial change in the way people are seeing the world that they live in. And these regimes that have been pretending to support the Palestinian people or pretending to be critical of the Israeli regime, they've all been exposed. They are now naked in front of everyone, and I think that is going to have a uh, that is going to facilitate even greater change in the coming months and years.
Yeah, no, I remember, well, when I was a student, was back in 2003. It was when the Americans invaded Iraq. It was almost common sense well, this was a university in Australia that, after done with Iraq, then if Iran could be taken out, this would essentially be what would bring peace. I mean, this division, the presentation of Iran, the very demonized version of it, it was accepted by all, I think, and I think after the 12-day war back in June, the narratives begin to shift dramatically. I haven't seen anything that could be even interpreted as empathy for Iran, unless it's about regime change, or say want to help its people free from the government. But it's such empathy for Iran's position. I've never seen this before, really, until 2025. So something, definitely has changed. But my last question was about the involvement of China and Russia, because, as you know, there's a lot of comments now about satellites photos coming up, which originate from China, and of course the American media as well as the European is full of accusations that Russia could be assisting Iran with intelligence that is the possible targeting. Again, no reflection at all that this is what Americans and Europeans are doing to Russia in Ukraine, but be that as it may, how do you see? What do we know actually about China and Russia being involved? Because the Kremlin doesn't want to comment on any of this, but I guess it's common sense they're involved in some regard, but it's very unclear to what extent.
I don't know the details, but what I do know is that the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians have moved closer to each other. This has been ongoing for years, but after the 12-day war, they moved even closer. And as I said earlier, Iran has 15 neighbors. It's a large country. Iran is, I think it's a bit larger than the UK, Germany, and France combined. But it's not a small country, and it has many neighbors, and it's a crossroads. That's why all the key transit routes really have to go through Iran in Asia that would connect West Asia and East Asia and the Persian Gulf to Europe and the Caucasus and Central Asia. So the ability for Iran to receive weapons or anything that would help with the war is there. It can be done through its eastern borders. It can be done through its northern borders, and there would be nothing that the United States could do about it. And the Chinese and the Russians can easily use these routes to trade with Iran, for Iran to send what Iran purchases. You hear about certain weapons, air defense weapons, and so on that Iran has purchased. Again, I don't know the details, but I think it's clear as day that the Russians do not want the United States to succeed in West Asia, and the Chinese obviously don't want it either, because aside from Zionist expansionism and what the U.S. ambassador to the Israeli regime said, that if they take West Asia, if they take the region, that's fine. And of course, he also said they're the most moral army in the world. So they could probably they can slaughter everyone across the hundreds of millions of people across the region and take the land, and that's fine with the United States. And of course, the ambassador has never been rebuked, he hasn't been removed, he hasn't been punished. So that we can assume that this is unofficial U.S. policy, and it always has been, and European policy as well. I think it's fair to say it's just like the West Bank, when they always spoke about the two-state solution, but they always facilitated the colonization of the West Bank. So the unofficial policy was to support Israeli expansionism, but the official policy was to say, no, we have to have a two-state solution. So obviously this is a threat to China, because Zionist expansionism would basically mean further empowerment for the Trump regime in the United States. And they would have control over all the oil that are no longer leaving the Persian Gulf as we speak, but they would have control over everything. And that would put China in a very, very dangerous situation, more than dangerous. So I think it's only natural to assume that the Chinese and the Russians are going to cooperate with Iran more, but also, it's it's cooperation with Russia and China. That aside, but what the United States has done is that it has cemented the relationship between Russia, Iran, and China for the years to come. They've cemented it. That small minority that rioted, that small minority that supported the riots in Iran, which, they are a small minority. They were. Many of them have changed. I don't know if I told you this before, but 3 students from my faculty have contacted me and they each of them separately have said that they were involved in the riots. I assume not as like the people with guns who were killing police officers and burning hospital or clinics and slaughtering and burning up ambulances. I don't think I don't ask. I don't want to know. But I assume they were on the streets and probably burned, let's say, a few. I don't know. They hung out with these people for whatever reason. They wanted to make up for what they did. And they asked me, how can we help? What can we do to defend the country? And a couple of them were quite emotional. So the United States has destroyed itself. It's destroyed its image across the world. It has shown itself to be brutal and ruthless, and so has the entire Western political elite. And so have their proxies across our region. But they've also, they've united Iranians in a way that even during the 12-day war, I have not seen. But in addition to that, the self-confidence of Iranians is extraordinary. This is, it's quite fascinating to see. And again, a lot of this goes back to the fact that it's a civilizational state, but even more importantly, it's the religious culture and the impact of the grandson of the Prophet in Karbala and the stance that he took against oppressors and in support of the oppressed, and his martyrdom there. I mean, if Western analysts were smart, they would just read on Shiites in particular. And then if we really did that, they would have recognized that, Iran is a bridge too far.
Well, it looks, the war planning wasn't done very well, neither the study on what Iran actually is. And I always make the point, this is the problem of this relentless war propaganda. One ends up believing one's own nonsense, and we end up in these situations. So
what Iran has to actually keep that thing closed, they have to have, and they do have, lots of drone boats. Trump claimed that we've destroyed their Navy. Well, you destroyed their big surface combatants, but what we haven't even touched is their small speedboats things that are very lethal because they have anti-ship missiles on them. They have the ability to lay mines. And then you have these drone boats, much like the Ukrainians used to cause so much damage to the Russian Black Sea Fleet that forced them out of Sevastopol and moving further out. The Iranian side is doing similar things on to the shipping in the Gulf. So already we've seen some horrific explosions in the Gulf where these drone boats have been used to go up there and blow up oil tankers. Those are just a handful. And there's let's see, Gary, if you could put that full screen up there, it shows the underwater assets. These are some of the other things that they have that the Iranian side has shown. And so we have those boats that are out. Now, those were obviously before the war started, but these are some of the other ones. They are stocked with naval drones. Those are the things you're seeing there. Those are actually drone boats. Those are not even the speedboats. Anti-ship missiles and sea mines. Those are some of the ones. And then you can add to that what the Iranians call underwater missiles, which is basically a modernized torpedo that has the ability to maneuver and to traverse the water at very, very high rates of speed. Making it incredibly difficult for any ship that's fired against. Very, very difficult to defend. We're not even aware of any attempt in real life to where any defenses of any of our ships have ever had to face such a threat. So we may have theoretical defenses, but who knows if they're going to work? That's never been tried. And based on what our Navy is doing right now of staying so far away, they don't want to try because they have a healthy fear of that kind of an attack. There's also a number of small submarines that the Iranians have. Of course, each one has the ability to fire torpedoes as well. So all of these assets, the Iran side can use to keep that thing closed. And again, now that's all the water and underwater things. I haven't even talked about long-range artillery, which they have a lot of as well. And that can be up and down that Gulf. And let me show you that here too, because I want to show you just the nature of how difficult this is. So you see, this is the strait right here. Well, it's not enough to say, hey, maybe we take these islands here. Maybe we take all these islands and make it go out here. It's not like they need these in order to shoot. What are you going to do about this whole strip here? I mean, let's look at that. Just this one stretch here around those islands, just to this area here, is 95 miles. So when you look at all the different shorelines, it's about 100 miles to there. Then just look at a different area here from this point further. So even if you make it through the straits, in order to get out into open sea, you've got to pass through this area here. And so even from that point forward, you would go from, as soon as it's going to work right here, from here over to the end of it, where they would have to cross through basically, I think the border is right here. You see, it's almost 300 miles, folks. Another 300 miles. So it's 100 miles from here, about 300 miles from here. So just from here over, that's about 400 miles of shoreline that you're going to have to defend against. Now, I'm not aware of how any possibility that you could actually go in there. I mean, are you going to go in on the ground? Are you going to where you're going to try to take over the shoreline, a 400-mile shoreline? And of course, you don't just get the shoreline. You have to go scores of kilometers deep into the country along that. So that is a huge square kilometers that you would have to get. And even that is only for those categories that are like the short and medium range. Then you have, and actually this is the short range. Then there's medium and long range. You would basically have to have the whole country, because otherwise, even if you went in and you took all of that stuff, all of that territory I just showed you, you still can't open the strait, because the medium and long range missiles will be able to range the Strait of Hormuz, and it's going to be wide open. And that's if you somehow got rid of everything in the underwater and on the water I just showed you. And we don't have the resources for that. You understand what I'm saying here? The military difficulties. Why is Hassett not talking about this? Why is Jack Keane not talking about this? Why is Secretary of War Pete Hegseth not talking about this? Why is General Kane not talking about this? Why is President Trump not talking about this? If you want to say we're going to get this thing open, you've got to have a plan. And for President Trump, also over the weekend, he says, you know what? We need some Navy boats, or we need some other navies. I want the Chinese Navy, the Japanese Navy, the South Korean Navy, the British Navy, the French Navy. I want you guys to all come and help us. So far, I know you're not going to believe this. You're going to think this is crazy. You think I'm making this up, but it's true. None of those nations have agreed to do that. Britain has expressly said, yeah, we're not doing that. It's Keir Starmer over the weekend. We'll show you that in a show later this afternoon. Emmanuel Macron, no. That China, are you serious? I mean, they're like, You realize we're on Iran's side. We're actually helping them. And you think I'm going to come in and force it open with my Navy? I mean, that's by itself a real red flag that President Trump even included them in the request for it. Because he just looked and he said, well, a bunch of Iranian percentage of their oil goes to China, so they must want it open. So how's about y'all come in? We don't want to do it for you. Not thinking through that to realize the absurdity of that China is like, yeah, we're not doing that. We're trying to help them stay afloat, not trying to help them get out of it. But you see that it wouldn't matter, because even with all of those navies combined, all you would do is be a shooting gallery for the Iranian side. I mean, you'd litter that thing with debris all over the place. So what are you thinking? Why you're even asking? Because now that if you put most of the rest of your eggs in trying to get the government to fall and the people to rise up against you, and then your backup plan is to get the strait open by military means, there's no possibility of doing the latter. There's almost no possibility of doing the former. So what that tells you is our strategy has almost no chance of success at all. I might go so far as to say it doesn't happen, but you can never eliminate the vagaries of chance, and who knows, maybe some weird thing would happen in the government. I doubt very seriously the fundamentals are against it. But this one in the military, I can tell you there is no rational possibility, so long as their government stays viable and their military forces stay operational. You can't force it open. They have too many ways to knock this out. Let's look at what the U.S. has to do. So for Iran, they've only got to do two things: stay viable, keep the strait closed. That's it. That's all they have to do. They don't have to have a certain amount of anything destroyed. They don't have to have a certain amount of the regional allies hit. All they have to do is stay viable. Just have some kind of sustained rate. And by the way, while our sustained rate is now declining, and so we're going to have to increase that somehow, the Iranian side actually can minimize its sustained rate. I've talked to you about that since the beginning. So whatever that number was, I think at the beginning, now they realize because of the control of the strait, they can actually reduce further their sustained rate just to keep agitating, throwing some stuff into Israel, throwing some stuff into the Arab regimes around, throwing stuff at American military bases. They just have to remain viable, just a certain amount every day, a small amount, just to show we're still doing that. But their number one thing is to keep that strait closed and to keep complete control of it, because they have a hand around our neck with that. And they know that. Now, what is it on our side? What do we have to do? We have to increase our firepower. We can't diminish it. So our sustained rate has to go up, because to have any chance at having the government topple, you're going to have to increase the firepower. You can't diminish it. If we diminish our sustained rate just out of necessity, then you're going to make it to where the other side goes, okay, we can handle this. And we've shown already, day 17, we can handle that. Then you look and you see, we also have to have, here's the problem with doing that too, on this one point here. We have global security requirements. For Iran, this is all in everything on this one, all assets, all inventories, everything is focused on keeping their government viable and the strait closed. Everything but goes in it, because it's an existential struggle for them. America has global requirements. We brag about this all the time, but now it's really starting to work against us, because we can't just say, all right, forget it, empty all of our arsenals, send everything over to the Persian Gulf. Let's just absolutely carpet bomb the place and just turn it into a wasteland. You can't do that, because we have global requirements. What are you going to do in the Europe should something go south there? I mean, I obviously argue against having any kind of a conflict with Russia. But if something weird happens there, you got nothing. You understand what I'm saying? You got nothing if something happens there. I don't even need to talk about China over the Taiwan issue or anything else in the South China Seas. Anything happens there, we're going to do a separate show on this as soon as we get a chance here. But let's just kind of take a side little excursion, to use President Trump's word, and take a look at that. If we're having this much trouble with little Iran, who has very limited assets, what do you think is going to happen if we got into a fight with China over Taiwan in the Straits, the Taiwan Straits? Dude, believe me, that is not lost on Beijing. They are paying a lot of attention to this. And I think they're feeling a lot more confident about themselves. And if I were Taiwan right now, I would be looking to be a lot more amenable to the Chinese side and a lot less boisterous about talking any kind of independence or anything else. Because you can see, even if America came to your aid, it ain't going to make any difference. More on that another time here, but that's part of our problem, that we have all of these global requirements. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that President Trump said, you know what, throw caution to the wind, don't care, we'll figure all the rest of that stuff out later, we'll make new bombs later in the future, but everything on board, let's go in and just bomb Iran to smithereens and bring them to their knees. Now, you know that comparatively, North Korea is a lot smaller than the country of Iran. I don't know for sure how much smaller, but I would guess 15, 20 times, maybe even more, just geographically smaller. Well, in the U.S.-Korean War, 1950, 1953, we, of course, as you know, ended that on an armistice. The war was never officially came to an end, but we spent about a year trying to negotiate an armistice. In that time, especially toward the end, we decided to have this strategy where we would literally bomb them into the Stone Age. And every city and every village over a certain size in the entirety of North Korea was bombed. And you can see this here talking about what happened in North Korea. We burned down every town in North Korea. That's what I think the chairman of the Air Force Chief of Staff said at the time, Curtis LeMay. And according to this historical rendering of what happened, a total of 32,357 tons of napalm were used on Korea. About double that dropped on Japan in World War II. More bombs were dropped on Korea than in the entirety of the Pacific theater during World War II. 635,000 tons versus 503,000 tons. Pyongyang, a city of 500,000 people before 1950, was said to have had only 2 buildings left intact. Do you understand what that? Let that sink in. Now, unless you're going to say that the Iranian people are not as good as the North Korean people, and that you know how poor they were before and how their government survived during that, all the North Korean government had to do was survive. Yes, they had the Chinese side was on there. There was an ally. But if the country of North Korea doesn't survive, it doesn't matter what China wants to do. And we tried to make sure that that's exactly what we tried to do during these armistice negotiations. We were trying to bomb them literally to death, and it didn't work. We almost did wipe out their entire capital city, just a couple of buildings left. Remember also what I've told you prior to this. Look at the Gaza Strip. The Israeli side turned it into a moonscape. I've told you it looks a lot like the Nagasaki, Hiroshima, after a nuclear bomb drop. Almost no buildings left standing. But I told you, Palestinian people are still resisting. Hamas itself was never destroyed. They're still in power in this day. The Israeli side was never been able to get them out. With all that, that's what happened in Korea. Now, you take a look at the city of Tehran by itself. It's a city of about, I think, 9 or 10 million, depending on how it's counted. You look at the bombs that are dropping on them right now, it's just a pittance. I mean, you see a lot of destruction in the city, but you see the vast majority standing. I saw just last night some images of some bombs that were falling on Tehran. Lots of fire going in. We showed you last weekend, these apocalyptic images they were talking about with this fire rolling everywhere. And yet this life continue on. There's cars driving around, people going to work, going to the shops, etc. Life is continuing on even around the destruction. That's not a fraction of what Gaza looks like, not a fraction of what Pyongyang looked like in 1953. So to even get to that level of destruction, we would need so many more weapons and bombs than we even have on our inventory. It's not even theoretically possible. We don't have that many, and it still wouldn't work. And that's one city. Marine Corps officer. So you have some understanding, especially of littoral combat operations. I wonder if you could just kind of tell us a little bit about it. I'm going to ask 2 questions about this. First of all, from a position of trying to force open the Strait of Hormuz, given its very narrow band in there, but also the hundreds of miles of shoreline leading into that horseshoe bend that would all have to come under constraint. Let's say that everybody that Trump called, and weirdly, even let's say China added their ships too. That's ridiculous. We'll talk about China separately. But let's say that everybody else, South Korea, Japan, France, UK, everybody, they said yes. And we've sent more ships into. Can ships alone open the strait?
No, you might get a ship to run the gauntlet one time. If you put 10 ships in a row and you have air power over there blowing everything up that moves, you might get some of those 10 ships to run the gauntlet. Is that an open strait? That's an act. That's war. Who's going to ensure those shipping? The United States? Not after the first two get sunk. And then what happens? The Iranians will simply change their tactics. They'll mine it. Now we have to have minesweepers clearing it. Again, air power. Where's the air power coming from? Because the Iranians have shown they can hit any airfield we want. We have to keep our aircraft carriers pulled back because they can't operate. So sustaining air. There's a difference, and people need to understand this. There's a difference between flying a long-range strike mission, which is what most of our missions been, using standoff weapons. So you'll fly to a weapons release point. You'll release the weapon, and then you'll return to your point of origin. Now you're talking about projecting power over the target. This means that you're not just flying to a point and coming back. You have to fly and then maintain a combat air patrol over this. This is what we did in Western Iraq during the Scud hunt, which I was intimately involved with during Desert Storm. We had F-15Es boring holes in the sky. We had A-10s doing the same thing. You have to come in, you have to refuel, you hang out, and then every once in a while you go back and refuel and come back to maintain the constant pressure over land, because that's what you're going to need to suppress missile drone launch operations. But air power alone isn't going to do it, and we proved that. You need to get boots on the ground. So, we're going to have to, if we're going to talk about securing the straits, we're going to have to come in and take Chabahar or Bandar Abbas, come in and secure a port, because you need sustainability. So we have to secure a port, and then we have to, basically advance up the coastline. So it's going to require, 80,000 Marines. We're going to need at least a corps of Army, 3 divisions, 4 divisions there, 24, 60, 80. You need 100,000 soldiers. And now we're talking a major war. But here's the thing. In 2019, General Berger, then Commandant of the Marine Corps, in his Commandant's guidance, said he has reviewed the directions given to him by the President, by the Secretary of Defense. He said, we can't do the job they want us to do. You see, the Iranians have standoff weapons that could strike our ships. He said, we can't use legacy systems. Right now we have amphibious ready groups that come in, like the USS Tripoli right now carrying 31st MEU. All our eggs in one basket. What happens if the Tripoli gets hit? And it will get hit if it tries to close in on the shore of Iran.
Well, now, that's what I wanted to ask you, the secondary, because you see, this is the 31st MEU right here, and this is in the Jerusalem Post, so take that for what it's worth. It says only the MEU can conduct this operation. You just said that, maybe 80,000 Marines. This is like 2,500 actually combat Marines, I understand it, but no combat divisions. What can this one MEU do in this war, whether it's take an island or anything else? What is the combat capacity for this one organization to get done in realistically?
Realistically, it's a battalion landing team reinforced. And a lot of the reinforcements comes with logistics for sustainability ashore. There's an air wing and air component for limited vertical envelopment, some close air support. But it's basically a battalion of Marines, which is pretty good. I mean, I'm a Marine, so I'm like, yeah, it's a battalion. Battalion can do a lot, but it can't do everything. A battalion cannot force the strait. Impossible. To give people an idea of why I'm saying this, in 1975, the U.S. merchant ship Mayaguez was captured by the Khmer Rouge, and the crew was removed from the ship. We thought that the crew had been moved to an island called Koh Tang Island. And Koh Tang Island is a little bit smaller than Karg Island, which is the island people keep talking about, the Marines taking. We sent 2nd Battalion 9th Marines in to seize the island and to recover the personnel. It was a vertical envelopment. They used 11 helicopters in the initial wave. 3 of those helicopters were shot down with significant casualties on the Marines and the airmen aboard that. Of the remaining 8 helicopters, 5 were destroyed so badly that they were taken out of the battle. They limped back to ships or the shore. Some had to be destroyed on the shore. So we basically lost 8 out of 11 helicopters. Many of the Marines couldn't land because their helicopters had been hit. They had to return. Marines on the ground were in danger of being overrun. It was not a good situation. We had to bring in more helicopters and do more assaults. We lost more helicopters damaged. The thing that saved the day, and the only reason why I know this is my father played a role in this. He's a maintenance officer, and they were out of helicopters, and the Marines weren't getting off that island. But my dad found a hanger queen in Thailand and identified it and said, hey, let's get this thing up and running. There's some engine problems with it, but they got it up. It could participate. It saved 44 Marines' lives. It came in at night, did a hell of an extraction, got them on a ship. The engine eventually burned out because it was a temporary fix. But, the bottom line is we left under fire. We, the Marine Corps, left under fire, and we left 3 Marines behind. We left an M60 gun crew behind, alive at the time. They were eventually captured by the Khmer Rouge and executed. Ladies and gentlemen, I just laid out what's going to happen to any Marines that go on to Karg Island. It's going to be hell on earth. They're going to land. It's heavily defended. Trump is sitting there bragging about how he blew it to hell and everything. The RGC said, no, we already rode out that fight. We're back. An hour later, we got our defenses full up and running. They're underground. You can't get them. And it's not 5,000 Marines and sailors. The sailors are on a ship. They're not going to do anything. They might have a SEAL detachment that joins, but, the SEALs, Marines, it's still, you're only talking about a battalion landing team. We can't do anything with a battalion landing team that's related to this war. In World War II, to take islands, we took Marine divisions to do that, multiple divisions to take islands like Iwo Jima and, Tarawa and Peleliu and all that. Here we got a battalion. A battalion takes a beach. When you do a traditional amphibious assault, Red Beach 1 will be given to, 1 battalion landing team. Red Beach 2 will be given to a second one. That's just the way it works. So here they're trying to pretend that these Marines can go in and take an island. They can't take an island. They can't even come close to taking an island. In a contested island like this, it will become a graveyard for the 31st MEU.
Yeah, and that Gary, was that you're showing? Is that something that's just new? I hadn't seen that yet.
Yeah, it was last night on Air Force One.
Okay,
he basically just said, "Yeah, you're obnoxious for even asking me about the 5,000 Marines."
That's the actual central question, and that's how we're being treated. I wanted to ask you, related to that also, one of the other things that's under consideration is a lot of people are saying, hey, look, man, we've done this before. The 1987 tanker war. Before today's war with Iran, there was the tanker war. And in 1987-88, during the final years of the Iran-Iraq War, the United States launched Operation Earnest Will, a Navy escort mission to perform oil tankers in the Persian Gulf. Ended up taking out some of the Iran's Navy, and it succeeded. Now, what do you say? Is that a pattern for what can happen today, or is there differences?
The tanker war back then was actually a war not between the United States and Iran, but a war between Iraq and Iran. And they were in the business of preventing oil, each one of them getting their oil out. So Iran was attacking shipping, taking Iraqi oil. Iraq was attacking shipping, taking Iran oil. So we came in and escorted shipping in, daring either side to shoot at us, and they wouldn't, because this wasn't a war between. The other thing is Iran's capacity back then were very limited. I mean, they were, 1987, they were already into the 7th year of a horrific war with Iraq, one that had drained their resources. And they just lack capacity. Today, it's the United States that is fighting Iran. So right off the bat, that redefines the whole conflict. The Iranians are now in direct conflict with the United States. And the Iranians have developed, over the course of 20 years now, capacity to shut the Strait of Hormuz down. They recognize that this is the great vulnerability of the United States and Europe and American allies. The energy security that keeps the global economy going can be made insecure in a heartbeat by shutting the Strait of Hormuz. So the Iranians have been developing the capacity. They have a brigade, the RF Brigade, which is 4 battalions of missile launchers specifically designed to shut down the strait.
I wanted to, at least start by focusing on this Karg Island, because this handles 90% of Iran's oil exports. So many commentators have been asking, if this is really what can break the back of Iran's economy. So why isn't Trump going after this? Well, it appeared that, we have reached this point now as we continue up this escalation ladder. Trump, of course, the United States has now bombed Karg Island. Trump claims to have totally obliterated, that's his words, the military facilities there. He did not touch the energy facilities, I guess for good reasons, but he is threatening now that the oil installations are next unless Iran folds. That is by opening up the Strait of Hormuz. How are you assessing this situation? Because, on one hand, if it's a bluff, Iran, they can't capitulate. On the other hand, if Trump goes through with this, this is like the nuclear option of the energy wars. So, well, what does all of this mean?
I guess Donald Trump reminds me of a casino's favorite client, the one that keeps coming in and spending lots of money and losing. That's Donald Trump. This attack on Karg Island, it just makes zero sense, no matter how you look at it. They did not attack the oil terminal. Oh, that's the good news. Iran reportedly has 5 oil terminals, so this is actually only one of them. So although it may pump the most oil or provide the most oil to a tanker to sell south out through the strait, this is not, if they destroyed this wouldn't be Iran's only source of potential revenue. But they bombed the runway of the major airport. So you say, oh, good, that'll keep Iran from using it, except Iran really doesn't have an air force. So there's also talk of the United States invading, trying to occupy Karg Island. Well, one of the ways you do that is you'd fly in troops, or once the troops are parachuted in, you got to resupply them somehow. So you'd need to land on the runway, except this runway is like, I was told, 5,000, almost 6,000 feet. And the way they bombed it, it means that it's only good for 3,000 feet. Well, a C-17 requires at least 3,500 feet to land. So scratch the C-17, and that leaves you with a slow-flying C-130. So, I mean, it's like if you're planning a military operation on the island, you've now screwed yourself from the U.S. standpoint. Iran has made it very clear that if you attack our actual oil terminals and resources, we will attack those in of our other Gulf neighbors. And there are at least 13 different targets that they've already identified. So Iran didn't react immediately or angrily last night when this happened, or it happened early Saturday morning in Iran time. It was late Friday East Coast time. So this was, it's like just lashing out to be lashing out. It's not part of a strategic picture, because you've got to sit back and say, what is Trump trying to accomplish? Well, what has been accomplished as a result of this attack on Iran is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. And in doing that, you've now closed off 20% of the world's oil supply, 25% of the world's liquid natural gas, and 35% of the world's urea, which is needed for fertilizer, which, about 75% of the arable land in the world is above the equator. So that means we're now in planting season. And, the 35% drop in the fertilizer is huge. That means there's some crops that aren't going to get planted or aren't going to grow. And then when it comes harvest time, that means food's not going to be harvested. And there's going to be a drop in the food supply, the global food supply. So it literally can affect billions of people. On the gas front, the prices now are rising very rapidly, even here in the United States. I've been monitoring it at my local gas station. A week ago on Sunday, I paid 50 cents more than I had the previous 5 days. So last Sunday it was $3.04. On Wednesday, the price went up to $3.19. And then on Thursday, it was $3.24. And then yesterday it was $3.32. So it's essentially come up almost 80 cents in a week, a little over a week. That is, I'm fortunate. I'm in a financial situation where having to pay that amount of money increase. Okay, I prefer not to do it, but I can do it. But an estimated 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, which means that they don't have a lot of spare cash. And so this is going to impact not only their bottom line, But then the real killer is on the diesel front, that the price has gone up over $1.50, and it's approaching $2. Well, every truck that hauls supplies for grocery stores, supplies for the hardware stores, for Walmart, for Price Club, for any of these major vendors, their prices are going to go up, and so when the fuel price goes up, it's going to get passed along to the consumer. So again, the strategy comes back. So you're trying to heighten inflation around the world, and in the course of doing that, also put in place a recession. Because what we know from history is every time this has happened in terms of spiking oil prices, there has been a recession. That varies, the length and the depth of it has varied. But we've never had a situation where the entire Persian Gulf has been closed off as it is, and the shutdown of operations in the three, 4 critical countries there, apart from Iran, when you look at Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and then Qatar and United Arab Emirates. Keep wanting to say Dubai and get it mixed up. So, we're in uncharted territory as far as history goes. You have nothing to point back to and say, oh yeah, this is what happened that time. So the potential of this to create actually a global economic catastrophe is high. And so Trump's response now is to double down militarily, except they're in a situation that the U.S. cannot militarily defeat Iran. You can't do it from the air. Air power has never won a war. And there was an Air Force general that testified in the United States a couple of weeks back that admitted that. I mean, that history clearly shows. So you say, well, what about ground troops? The age in which, 23 years ago, the United States could assemble soldiers over the course of 9 months at bases in Saudi Arabia. They were quite safe. They weren't facing drone strikes. They weren't facing missile strikes. Not today. You could not do that. You could not assemble an army that would be required to take on Iran, number one. Number two, the United States doesn't have that size of army. Total current military strength is 445,000 U.S. Army and about 180,000 Marines. Good luck. 600,000 against a million-man army in Iran. That just doesn't work. So there are there are valid reports that they're deploying for 2 different numbers: 2,200 Marine amphibious unit, and then a 5,500 or 5,000. I don't care whether it's 2,200 or 5,000. Again, what are they going to do? The notion that this is going to be like World War II, where the Marines are in their watercraft and they're charging towards the shore, and the ramp's going to come down and they're going to storm into fire. That's not going to happen. Those craft would not even get close to Iran. They'd be blown out of the water. So it's unclear how they're going to try to employ these Marines. They could try to parachute them in someplace, but again, once you parachute them in, how do you resupply them? And they're going to be through whatever ammunition and food and water they carry within a day. And so if you can't resupply them, they're dead. Plus, these American planners apparently have not watched the war in Ukraine. And there's a real reason why you don't see mass movements of troops on either side, because with drones combined with artillery, it's impossible for soldiers to move in large units. They'll be decimated.
Well, if one takes the Iranian oil off the market is one thing, but I'm just thinking that this mass Iranian retaliation, I mean, I think there's a reason why the Iranians haven't attacked the Gulf states' energy facilities to such an extent, because then it will be open season on the Iranian facilities. Right. But if the Americans go after this, why would the Iran be restrained in any ways, then it should, just essentially burn or roll down, and the Gulf states would essentially cease to exist, at least the smaller ones. So it's a very crazy even threat to make. So, and once making these threats, it's often very difficult to climb down, especially when you turn on the TV. I think Keith Kellogg was also coming out, we should just take it over. But one thing is if the objective is to invade it, but the alternative is of course just bombing it, destroying it all. But then every energy facility in the Middle East would be on fire within the next few days. So
yes,
it just seems like an insane escalation. But Trump is under great pressure to do something, though, because now he's been committing himself to this rhetoric that he can open the Strait of Hormuz. Ships should just go through. It's not a big problem. But how would you assess this, though? Like how can the U.S. reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
It can't.
Can it be done? No,
cannot. No, cannot be done. Well, it cannot be done with acceptable losses. Yeah, you can militarily probably do it, maybe accomplish it, but the cost, the actual physical cost and manpower losses would be horrific. And in actual ships, they can't do it just from the air. I mean, there are caves and tunnels all along the side of that coast. Alistair Crook has been there and seen it. Now, Iran's been preparing for this contingency for 30 years. So they're not just a bunch of guys with who built a wooden deck out on the side of a cliff with a machine gun. That's nonsense. If you've not had a chance to watch the interview that Danny Davis did yesterday with Robert Barnes, Robert is an attorney, but he's well plugged into the Trump administration through J.D. Vance. And what he said is that Trump is now pushed away. Anybody like Tulsi Gabbard and J.D. Vance who have tried to counsel against the war with Iran, he's only listening to those who are egging him on. Yeah, you can do this. Yeah, we're winning. Yeah, keep going. Who aren't giving him actually an honest assessment. And we know, we now know that the battle is underway inside of D.C. Between let's call it the anti-war crowd and the let's go all the way to Tehran crowd. So the first indicator was when Daniel Daniel Kaine, the general in charge of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, when the word got out that he had told Trump, this is not going to go the way you think it is, or major obstacles, major problems. Trump ignored that. The next was the leak from the National Intelligence Council of their report, their assessment that had been delivered to Trump a week before this, saying, you're not going to get regime change no matter what you do out of this. So then when the leaks start coming out that Trump is pushing people away, it wasn't just Robert Barnes, but pushing people away, or that the losses, the U.S. is sustaining greater losses than are being reported. That information started to get onto the press. So this shows that there's real disagreement within the government. They're not all pulling in the same direction on this. The Pentagon's lies also are beginning to be exposed. That KC-135 that was shot down. Let me emphasize, it was shot down. It did not crash. The Pentagon claimed that it crashed. So you have to step back and say, okay, explain to me, how did it crash? Planes can crash on takeoff because of an engine failure or they're too heavily loaded. But this didn't crash on takeoff. Or they can crash while landing because heavy crosswinds, or again, too much weight on board, or a broken, some mechanical failure while they're coming in for a final approach. But planes flying along at 25,000 feet, they just don't crash, particularly if there's not bad weather. They just don't fall out of the sky. Well, this one got shot down. But so they're lying about that. They are desperate to try to have a military solution. Trump has got it in his mind that he can win this, and anybody that comes and tries to tell him different is getting shut out. So this is it's like a King Lear situation, the madness of King Lear, to go back to Shakespeare.
Yeah, the rhetoric from Trump is getting a bit wild. Again, he already declared victory, which is if you're threatening to attack Carg Island and you know what the retaliation will be, that is all energy facilities in the Gulf states will burn and energy markets and global economy goes down the toilet, you would make these threats, if you already won, essentially. This is immense escalation. But there's also other rhetoric, though. We heard that, he tweeted out that Iran was about to try to take over all of the Middle East unless the U.S. had to attack, which seems like a desperate attempt to make the war seem defensive or even legal, because I think this is people look into these things. They don't necessarily look into it if there's a great success, but once there's a failure, people will look into these things. But also, one of the changes or interesting talking points now has been this Iranian sleeper cells and the possible surprise attack on California. I guess this is to brand Iran properly as a terrorist state that could also engage in terrorism against the United States. So why not link them to September 11? If you're gonna go. But how do you make sense of this, though? Especially the sleeper cells and the possible attack on California.
Yeah. Well, let's deal with the attack on California. How the drone's going to get there? I mean, where are those drones going to be launched from? Off the coast? One of the non-existent boats in the Iranian Navy that have, the Iranian Navy's been destroyed per Trump. So they no longer have a ship that could carry drones and sit off the coast of California and fire them into California. This is all reminiscent of the Japanese attacking the west coast of the United States in World War II, claiming, we were prepared for that. It wasn't going to happen, but nonetheless prepared for it. Now they've trotted out this scare story about Iranian sleeper cells so many times, and all you got to do is go back and look at we've got 46 years of data in terms of Iranian support for terrorism, and it just doesn't support the U.S. narrative. Iran has not been going out of its way to try to engage and attack the United States. Well over, in fact, I would say all of the attacks that are attributed to Iran or Iranian proxies on the United States were in retaliation for things the U.S. did, such as the bombing of the Marine barracks in October '83. Well, that was in response to the U.S. battleships back then. We still had the New Jersey. They were offshore lobbing shells into the Baikal Valley, killing Shia. And that actually wasn't carried out by an Iranian proxy. It was carried out by Amal, which was a longtime Shia group in Lebanon and had been there. They formed in 1972, 7 years before the Iranian Islamic Republic came into existence. We have not had a single terrorist attack in the United States in the last 46 years since Iran has come into existence that could be pinpointed to Iran or an Iranian proxy. Not one. But it's we always trot it out there to justify why we've got to make Iran an enemy. And at the same time, the actual Islamic radicals that have carried out or tried to carry out terrorist attacks are linked to ISIS, which is a Sunni outfit. The Shia version of Islam is not big on suicide bombers. It's not big on that kind of fanatical sacrifice. whereas the Takfiri version of Sunni Islam, the Wahhabi version, it is. We just saw this. They had that attempted bombing the other day, 2 guys in New York City. ISIS, not Iran, ISIS. So they did point to this one guy down in Texas that he showed up and shot up a bar, killed 14 people, I believe, or at least 4 people. Again, he was not acting on orders from Iran at all, because that's just not how Iran is operated. And when the reality is, when you look at which country has been carrying out terrorist attacks against the other country, it's the United States. We've funded, rehabilitated the MEK, and MEK has been carrying out terrorist attacks regularly inside Iran, well over the last 30 years. So, but it's a political manipulation. It's designed to manipulate public opinion, to reinforce the narrative against Iran, without allowing Americans to step back and take an objective look at what is this all about.
Yeah, I thought that was strange when Iran had to be, I guess, sold as the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the world, and they have to flesh out the argument, then referring to roadside bombs in Iraq against the U.S. occupation forces, and then going back to Lebanon in 1982, and technically was Hezbollah. I think that they did the bombing. It's not very convincing in terms of listing it as the world sponsor of terrorism. But no. But how about the targets that the Iranians are going after? Because it does seem that they're systematically going after key targets. That is the radars, which are quite important. So they took out the one at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad as well. Again, it's more difficult to intercept Iranian drones, missiles. And we see the military bases, embassies, all of this kind of fits within the wider objective of expelling the United States from the region. But we also saw now this message about a report about an attack on this 5 refuelers in Saudi Arabia. I think they were the KC-135s.
Yeah.
Trump went out and called this fake news, but again, he says a lot of things. So I'm
that's absolutely. I knew about that before it was reported, and they weren't just damaged; they were destroyed. And the reality there now is the air defense system at Prince Sultan Air Base. It's no longer intact. It doesn't work. So the Prince Sultan Air Base is basically quite open and vulnerable to Iranian attacks, and the U.S. is having to withdraw its troops from there, the Air Force personnel, because they're not protected. They're in tents, and so they're very vulnerable to an attack. So this is the loss of those 5 tankers is just another example that Iran had a battle plan in mind, that they were going to do 2 things. One, they were going to weaken and try to drive out the U.S. military from the Persian Gulf, and to do that by destroying their bases. 2, they were going to take out the radar systems that are critical for detecting launches out of Iran and monitoring both threats in the air and on the sea, maritime threats. But they did that. They did that within the first 4 days, and despite the claims that we had these robust air defense systems around the bases, one of the radars was taken out by a Iran drone, not exactly a high-speed missile. So this then their third objective was to degrade Israel economically, militarily, destroy their infrastructure. I think it's worth noting that Iran, despite massive missile strikes in Israel, has not been trying to inflict massive civilian casualties so far, because somebody said, well, that's just because Israel's censoring that information. No, if they really were, if Iran was really targeting schools with children, for example, and killing them, Israel would make that public. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't even fabricated that story, as well as try to build further public opinion against Iran. So Iran's been quite careful on that regard. But then also their eye for an eye strategy. If you hit our oil, we're going to hit your oil. If you hit our bank, we're going to hit your bank. And so they just in Dubai, they just took out a Citibank building, or at least hit it. It didn't destroy the building, but it was one of those big skyscrapers, and it suffered quite a blast. The one area, curiously, that the Iranians did not respond to with the counterpunch was when their desalination plant was hit, and so it only accounts for about 8% of the water in Iran, so it's not a critical resource, but they declined so far to go after the desalination plants in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, recognizing that could jeopardize, put at risk millions of people, and really create a human catastrophe. So I think Iran, they're being thoughtful about this. They're recognizing that there's a political consequence to some of their actions, and so they're keeping it in those bounds. But the U.S., as was admitted in the Wall Street Journal, and this is one of those other signs that the support for Trump is fading. They said, "Hey, the U.S. grossly underestimated." They didn't even take into account the possibility that Iran could close the Strait of Hormuz. Iranians have far more ballistic missiles than we assumed. That kind of thing.
Well, of course, they can escalate the targeting of the Gulf states, but Iran doesn't have to destroy all the U.S. bases in the Gulf states. All they have to do, they don't have to destroy these countries. All they have to do is, incentivize them to decouple from the United States. And, and you've seen, some of this with the rhetoric of, that they will only target countries which host American bases. And, of course, the bases themselves. But that's why, for Iran, the presence of these refuelers in Saudi Arabia, it kind of confirms that the Saudis are then assisting in what was a surprise attack on Iran. But there's another thing that came out. There is a suggestion now. I haven't seen if it's been confirmed, but it came from, I think, some Iranian commentators that Iran might consider allowing ships through the Strait of Hormuz who are paying it in Chinese yuans as opposed to dollars. This would be, if this is confirmed, this would be another form of the decoupling. Do you see any pathway forward? Do you think the Gulf states would be, would want to accept something like this? Because on the one hand, the U.S. does make them more vulnerable to attacks. On the other hand, they don't have any militaries of their own. So how would they defend themselves without the U.S.? It seems like a bit of a security dilemma that is, if you accept the help, then you'll have war. If you don't accept it, you could be overrun. So,
I think there's at least in Saudi, in the Saudi case, there's a reassessment underway, recognizing that they made a deal with the devil, the United States, back in the 1970s, where the U.S. went off the gold standard. We convinced the Saudis to go along with using the dollar as the primary reserve, means for purchasing oil, and so the effect, the petrodollar, as it's come to be known, reign supreme, and then that fostered this relationship between the Saudis and the United States. We guarantee their security against threats that, we claim to exist or we'd create for them. But I think now Russia and China are playing this, quite smartly. They're in a position now to create an alternative to the United States, and I see it could be more attractive to the Gulf Arabs. At least it'd be less of a subservient position. Those countries don't normally come in and tell you what to do and boss you around like some servant. It's I think we're looking. This is part of the realignment of the international financial system too, because in the past, you'd have to, price of oil goes up, and people were paying in dollars. The Chinese would pay in dollars, and then what did they do with all their dollars? Or they'd buy U.S. Treasuries. Well, they're not doing that anymore. One of the other ironic outcomes of this war is, before the United States, now let's remember, the United States and Israel started this. And you'd think that the United States would have stepped back and looked at it abroad. What's our overall objective strategically in the world? But no, they didn't. So as a consequence of this war, whereas 5 weeks ago, Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, was insisting that India stop buying oil from those Russians, and we're going to punish any country that's buying Russian oil. Today, hey, India, we think it's a great idea. Buy as much of that Russian oil as possible. And, Russia, which previously was selling its oil as low as $55 a barrel to India, is now, it's well over $80 and maybe closer to $90 a barrel. So they are raking in an additional $150 million a day, which is roughly $4.5 billion, $5 billion a month. All the Western analysts were predicting the implosion of the Russian economy, or that it was in trouble. Here's Putin, and that's just the oil. They've also got an advantage. They got liquid natural gas. Hey, anybody need any liquid natural gas? Russia's got some. And fertilizer. Who's the other largest producer of fertilizer in the world? Oh, that'd be Russia. So, in literally from February 28th now to here we are at March 14th, in 15 days, they have taken they've shored up the foundation of the Russian economy in a way that nobody could have predicted a year ago. So this, again, this goes along with the changing picture, because when this war ends with Iran, it's not going to end with U.S. troops marching through the streets of Tehran. It's not going to be a victory march of Israelis and U.S. soldiers waving their flags as the Iranians, submit. No. It's going to be the United States and Israel. They're going to have to figure out how to back out, how to get a victory. I did raise the possibility that Trump and his wild rhetoric about, oh man, we devastated Karg Island, therefore we've accomplished our objectives. Mission accomplished. We win. And so we're going to pull out and we're going to stop all these attacks on Iran because they're devastated. There's nothing left of their leadership. There's nothing left of their Air Force. We win. That's Trump's only way to get out of this mess.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem. He doesn't, there's no escalation dominance. He doesn't get to decide when the war ends. And if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for hostile countries and, for the Gulf states until they paid reparations for the damage done to Iran, it's very hard to sell this as a victory, no matter how many, parades he might organize.
Well, yeah. But, I agree with you fully. That is, that's where they did that with the Houthis. Okay, they could get away with that with the Houthis because the Houthis weren't sitting there continuing to bomb U.S. military bases. They stopped launching missiles into Israel, but they continued to stop ships from going into an Israeli port. So, but nobody's keeping tabs on the ships. They weren't easy to see. But this, how does he, he can declare victory, but the very next day, Iran's going to continue launching missiles, attacking U.S. military bases, that remain, and hitting Israel over and over and over and over until the Israelis they're gonna beg for it to stop.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Russians because I saw from the British media that apparently one of the state media commentators in Russia, Kornilov, he linked the British attacks on Russia with the Storm Shadows, with Iran's attack on British targets in the Middle East, saying more or less that, well, this shouldn't surprise the British. Now they'll, get it in return. Again, I didn't watch the original clips, and have my skepticism towards the British media, but again, it seems. Also, I'm not sure if that's a commentary, correct? If it's actually based on reality. So again, I don't know the substance, but it wouldn't surprise me. And I kind of made the comment myself, I think like 2-3 years ago, that in the NATO countries, we tend to fight a lot of wars. And at some point, the Russians will be in a position to do what we do in Ukraine. That is, we're setting up a firing position where we can shoot at the Russians, but they can't fire back at us. And
right.
I'm wondering if you see that the Russians might go for something like this. Again, pure vengeance, I'm not sure, but certainly to restore deterrence. That is to show that it will have to come with a cost, anyone who essentially attacks Russia.
Well, first, I did hear Alexander Mikouros discuss the possibility that the British supported this launch of Storm Shadows into Bryansk that killed 6 people. That was retaliation for Russian attacks, so Russian support for Ukrainian attacks on British troops in the region, and so we can't rule that out. What I found, I'll call it amusing, is the West is all in a huff that, my God, Russia is supplying support to Iran. How dare they? It's like, pot calling its kettle black. This is, here's the United States and the NATO countries for more than 4 years. They've not only provided weapons, they provided intelligence, they provided intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance data, ISR data. They've planned attacks against Russia. I think, candidly, I think Russia has been far, far too passive in reacting to these. I think the time has come that Russia needs to put the United States and NATO countries on notice that any reconnaissance aircraft, even if it's in international airspace, but it's in a position where it can collect data on Russia and provide it to Ukraine, that it will be shot down. It's now, these are now targets. This is an effective state of war exists between Russia and the West. To back them off, they've got to understand they've got to run away with this cost free, and Russia's motives in helping Iran are not out of vengeance or to seek a revenge against the West for what it's done to them in Ukraine. Just the opposite. Iran exists as a strategic site, a critical node in the multinodal world, or they want to call it multipolar, but I think a multinodal is a better way to express it, because Iran sits at the crossroads both of the new Silk Road coming out of China, as well as the north-south economic corridor that comes out of Russia, as well as its strategic positioning in, with the Persian Gulf, with the Indian Ocean. So both Russia and China have recognized that Iran has some very critical. It's important strategically, which is their main reason to support Iran. What I'm fascinated by, let's call it the maturity and restraint with Iran's diplomacy. And how they've dealt with India is a case in point. Prime Minister Modi was in Israel 2 days before the attack on Iran by the United States and Israel. And oh my God, it was obscene. It was so, or if there was a way that you could watch something on television and get diabetes, this would have done it. I mean, it was that sweet and treacly, and he was just obsequious, doing everything, but giving, Bibi Netanyahu a back rub. And came out with claiming to have a strategic alliance with Israel. Well, 2 days later, Israel hits Iran and kills the Iranian leadership, kills children. And then when Iran shuts down the Strait of Hormuz, all of a sudden, you heard this loud puckering factor going on in India. Oh my God, because 80% of their oil comes out of the Persian Gulf. What were they going to do? And in fact, I really thought that Iran, because here's, India is one of the founders of BRICS, and yet by siding with Israel in such a public way, it was really undermining its other BRICS partner, Iran. But instead, Iran played it pretty mature. They came back and said, "Oh no, this, if it's an Indian flag vessel, if it's a vessel carrying oil to India, that'll be allowed to pass." And that may have had something to do, India obviously got to pay full freight. They don't get it for cheap like they did before. But it shows that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not this vicious terrorist beast that the West is portraying it as. And, I cited the earlier example. They didn't also go after the desalinization plants. And they've been relatively limited in their strikes. They have tried to avoid hitting purely civilian targets in all of the Gulf countries. Now, the U.S. toady that's in Bahrain, or the reports are he's fled, the king, they continue. The Bahraini government continues to take a very adversarial stance towards Iran. United Arab Emirates reportedly were involved with the attack on Karg Island last night, so they're going to pay a heavy price. But I think Iran they're still looking down the road. We ultimately want to repair the relations with these countries, but we're going to get the United States out. The United States is going to have to leave that region as part of any settlement to this war. And until that war is settled, Strait of Hormuz is going to remain closed, and the world, I believe, we're going to be facing a global depression, not just a recession.
I think, these kind of demands, they're understandable, but at the same time, they can't be met by the U.S. So this is kind of like a recipe for a long war. But I also agree with your sentiments on India, though, because they played some of the cards wrong, because they allowed themselves to bend to U.S. pressure on scaling back on the Russian oil purchases. But now, of course, the Americans say, "Oh, wait, maybe you should do that after all." But their discount, so the oil is now premium priced oil. So it might not have been a great move. But also the Indians with, Modi visited Israel, and this kind of, it's not good optics. And also after even inviting Iran to participate in this naval exercise, then the U.S. sank its warship on the way home. And the Indians, as far as I know, couldn't muster a condemnation. I mean, they were invited by them, and they're sunk on their way home in international waters. And no, it just yeah, it looks like they played some of the cards a bit unwise here. Just as a last question, what do we know about the destructions in Israel? Because they keep a very tight control over their media, and I think our journalists in the West are quite, obedient or loyal to these restrictions on revealing losses or destruction within Israel. But what do we know so far?
Well, we know through what we're not seeing. Let me explain. If I'm telling you, oh, everything's fine, but you can't come take pictures, you can't come look, that tells you everything's not fine. They've turned off the satellite, public satellites that are capable of taking real-time images out of Israel. They've been turned off. They're not providing that product anymore. Now, you saw that CNN was allowed to go into Iran and report. And they didn't, CNN was not faced with saying, oh, you can't report here, you can't report, turn the camera off. No, they were allowed, it appeared, pretty wide access. So this tells me, and having watched, there are a few images that get out, every day. You've had, I guess we're up to 42 waves of missile attacks into Israel since February 28th. That's huge. So that's roughly 3 waves of missile attacks per day. And these are now where they're carrying 2,000-pound warheads, or upwards of 3,000 pounds. So this is, it is definitely causing damage in Tel Aviv and Haifa. The port has been hit. The oil refinery reportedly has been hit. There were images that emerged last night of Nevatim, the Air Force base down in the Negev desert. So this is, Israel cannot take this kind of pounding. And people say, well, what about Iran? Iran's, 15 times bigger than Israel? Israel's got 55% of its population in just 2 cities. Now, as big as Tehran is, with 10 to 12 million people, and some say with the metropolitan area it gets up to 15 million. Okay, they got 15 million. They still got another 75 million people throughout the country in different cities and towns. And the next 9 largest cities in Iran, they're all about 1 million, 2 million. So there are not these huge metropolitan areas. So they're actually relatively dispersed. So the point being, if Iran and Israel are firing the same amount of munitions at each other every day, Israel's going to degrade quicker and faster than Iran. And Israel's going to be in a position that they will not be able to sustain this, which then raises the issue of will they want to use a nuke? And there's that possibility. And I think I wrote an article on the game theory behind this. And, basically the game theory solution is, if Israel is threatening to use a nuke, the best solution for Iran is to immediately produce a nuclear weapon. If they've got a demonstrated nuclear capability, it's going to force the U.S. and Israel to change their calculations, because no longer, Israel in particular can't risk launching a nuclear strike on a nuclear-armed Iran, because Iran can then come back and literally destroy Israel. An Israeli strike on Iran would cause terrible loss of life, terrible damage, but it would not destroy Iran. Israel would be destroyed.
Well, I think the Iranian territory should be about 75 times that of Israel or something. It's really huge. So it does require also the population, of course, with 90 million people. So it does require a whole lot of more firepower. But it's this is the big thing that just perplexes me, that they keep making these demands, ultimatums, bluffs, for which essentially demands that Iran capitulates, same as giving up the ballistic missiles, and and then they're left with the option of what Iran predictably won't and can't accept. Then they either have to allow their credibility to falter, or they must go up the escalation ladder, which will just make matters much worse. So you can see the destructive path we're going on, yet no one is doing anything serious to put an end to this. And again, given that what Iran wants, an end to U.S. presence in the region and compensation, it will be difficult.
And elimination of sanctions.
That's
that. And look, I think they've got. We're seeing again something we've never seen in history, where one country can choke off and close off a critical economic lifeline, and has control of it, and the rest of the world, or the parties that are most affected, really can't do anything to reverse it without incurring a terrible cost that they're not willing to pay, and that cost be loss of life and loss of ships. It would be very devastating for the United States, for Japan. And what's the other really interesting thing that's playing out now is what's happening with Taiwan. Taiwan's going to run out of power in 10 days. What do? So all of this chip production that's there, that's going to stop. They don't have the energy, or they've got to come up with an alternative source. What source might that be? Gee, China? Russia? So China has now acquired increased leverage over Taiwan. Yeah, this is 5D chess that's going on here. The cascading effects across the board. In fact, it never entered my mind when I heard they closed the strait. I thought, oh boy, that's going to be bad for oil. And then when I started looking into it and ran across that this export of urea, I had no idea. And at 35% of the world's supply, good Lord, that is significant. So all of a sudden, you begin to see that the whole strategy that outlines that Iran is in a place now that it's going to be able to dictate terms of surrender. Because despite, U.S. tough talk and all that, the economic pain is going to become such for so many countries that are aligned with the United States. The countries that are aligned with Russia and China, they're going to be okay, because Russia is an alternative source to the Persian Gulf, and it's going to even strengthen it further in terms of economic power and political power. The countries that have, coming out, they're relying upon Russia to supply gas, oil, fertilizer. That buys Russians more goodwill. What's the United States done? The United States has kicked off a war that's caused all these countries pain. So when we come knocking on their door, they're not going to answer.
Yeah, also, if Iran was the only adversary, then the U.S. could perhaps invest more resources, both blood and treasure, into this. But as you suggest, Trump never finished the U.S. participation in the war against Russia, well, the proxy war through Ukraine, and also never put an end to the economic war and the military threats or build up in the competition with China. So it's going after all of these three at the same time. This defeat in Iran will be so much worse. I mean, and even America's worst enemies wouldn't want to see too much of a humiliating defeat, because this is not a source of stability. So no, I'm worried what is coming. But yes, as always, my friend, thank you very much for taking the time. Do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to go back to the terrorism thing. I pulled up the statistics for 2017 just to put a an exclamation point on this notion that Iran's the number one sponsor of terrorism in the world. And these are the stats actually for 2016 and 2017. Number one, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, ISIS. And these stats did not include branches of ISIS like al-Nusra, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. This was just strict up ISIS. Total deaths in 2017, 4,350. In 2016, 9,180. So right there, you're looking at over 13,500 dead at ISIS. They were number one. Number two were the Taliban. They ran about 7,200 deaths in those 2 years. Number three was al-Shabaab. Again, Sunni, not Shia. They killed over 2,100 people in those 2 years. They list the Maoist Communist Party of India, the CPI Marxists. They actually were the fourth highest for 2016, 2017. And bringing up number five was Boko Haram, another ISIS, not a single Iranian group in there, not a single Iranian-backed group. And that's been the case every year, except the statistics did show for 2023, they lumped in October 7th, and Hamas now appears in the top 10 for that year. But, this argument, the demonization of Iran as a terrorist state, it's a damnable lie. And one final point. We go back and look at what happened to what Iran did in response to the Iraq War when Iraq used chemical weapons against Iran. And those chemical weapons that were provided by the United States and built by Iraq, used against Iran, that started in August of 1983, continued through August of 1988, over 20 chemical weapon attacks, weapon of mass destruction. Iran never developed a chemical weapon and never used a chemical weapon on the battlefield. Why? Because it was a sin against God to do that. So I think the world underestimates as well the role of the religious conviction in Iran's policies in this, that they're not this, we hate the Christians, we're going to kill all the Christians and Jews nonsense. Just the opposite. The Iranians over the course of actual war have shown far more decency than has the United States in all of its wars, in my judgment.
Yeah, no. Well, reading from the media, the talks about Iran. They talk about burqas and suicide bombers, but first of all, they don't wear burqas in Iran, and second, the suicide bombers those extremist organizations have tended to be on the Sunni side, not the Shia. So
right.
It's there's a lot of propaganda. There's no other words for it, but yeah. Well, as always, thank you very much, and for taking time out of your day. I know you're busy, so thank you.
Well,
so they're constantly telling the world how they know everything and how they're the best at gathering information, and these are the most competent intelligence gathering organizations in the world. But Iran's military offensive capabilities is the most important thing that Iran has in this conflict, that is linked to this conflict. And they are clueless about it. And Iran is firing, and they keep saying their launchers are running out, their missiles are running out, their drones are running out. They've been saying it for 2 weeks now, almost 2 weeks now. But Iran continues to strike, and Iran says it's prepared to take this war till after the midterm elections.
Oh, that is quite interesting, and that's one of the weak points of Trump as well. Not just the running out of weapons and the economic problems and the energy, but also, of course, the politics at home. Regarding the Strait of Hormuz, though, the U.S. Energy Secretary said that the U.S. Navy, after getting many requests, is not yet ready to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, and we were also told that they are currently studying options how to get tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the main challenge, and is it even feasible at this point? Because I guess, well, my first thought was that Trump made a big deal out of sinking ships from the Iranian Navy, but it doesn't seem like the Iran needs a large navy in order to close the Strait of Hormuz. So, what do you see as being the main challenges? I mean, as they're now sitting, that is the U.S. Energy Secretary sitting around the table studying options for how to, get these tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. What are the problems they're running into?
It will be impossible for them to do that. First of all, there's the Iranian Navy. The bulk of the Navy, the important part of the Navy that would be used in time of war, is all these speedboats are all in huge tunnels underground. Then there's the mines that can be used. Then there are the surface-to-sea missiles that can be used. Then there's, of course, the short-range missiles, but also the medium-range missiles and medium-range drones, and then the long-range missiles and drones, and the cruise missiles. Iran can target the Strait of Hormuz from anywhere in Iran. So how is the United States going to open it? And then when there's open war, then Iran is going to retaliate and it's going to punish those regimes in the region that are hosts to U.S. bases at a higher, with a higher degree of intensity. So let's say hypothetically you do open the Strait of Hormuz, which is impossible virtually. It's just like the issue of the island, the Khark Island. So you hypothetically open it, but if there's no more oil, if there are no more petrochemicals, if there's no more gas, and if there are no more ships, then what's the purpose? You lose hundreds, if not thousands of men. You lose significant parts of your Navy, and then you drive up the price of energy permanently. In other words, there's no a solution, an agreement that will ultimately come will not save the global economy then. If the United States is forced to accept, and it will be forced to accept, Iran's terms for peace, then the oil can flow now. But if the United States intensifies the war, then what would be the long-term effects? It would be catastrophic for the world. It's already becoming catastrophic. People don't yet understand what's coming. But hopefully, countries across the world, the international community, public opinion in the West, and sense the British government is helping the U.S. use heavy bombers to slaughter Iranians. People in Europe have to force their governments to change, and the United States have to do so. People across the world have to put pressure on the United States. That's how the war will end. But other than that, things are, as I said, things will be as I said they will be.
Yeah, well, I see that Trump already gave something of a victory speech, saying that the war has already been won. On the other hand, he can't really deliver a convincing victory and pull back with his, head held up high, unless the Strait of Hormuz is open. Because if this is closed, any declaration of victory as the U.S. pulls back doesn't really make much sense. So Trump, for this reason, he also warned much more destruction. I think he said 20 times more destruction if this strait is not opened. However, he also said that the U.S. has run out of targets to strike. So it kind of begs the question: what do you think, or what do you expect from the American side now? Because it seems if there's no good military targets anymore to hit, but they have to escalate to go up the ladder in order to try to compel Iran to do as America demands. What do you think is the action plan on the American side?
Well, they're already doing it. They're already striking non-military targets. They did it from the first hour when they slaughtered those girls and those children and in the elementary school. And only after a week
the New York Times, under pressure, began to expose the truth. Not because the New York Times has any morality or any shame. No, we all knew it had happened on day one. The world knew by day 3. But, they have to, when people in the United States are seeing it on social media, someone has to do something. And of course, an opponent of Trump would obviously begin that. So they've been slaughtering people very regularly, and it's premeditated. They know exactly what they're doing. The targets that they struck in Tehran today, yesterday, the day before, last night, these were civilian targets. These are ordinary families. They bomb homes. They slaughter kids, women. It's intentional. So, but what Trump could do is he could take it further. He could start trying to destroy Iranian key infrastructure like oil, gas, electricity, and so on. But that would mean Iran would do the same. That would mean that there will be no more electricity on the other side of the Persian Gulf. And that would definitely lead to the collapse of those regimes. Iran would not collapse. We've seen how united the people are. Anyone who has been looking at Iranian social media accounts inside Iran, they'll know that people are on the streets every day and every night in huge numbers, under fire. As missiles strike close by, they don't budge. There's ample evidence of this. Anyone can go and see this on check Iranian accounts or press TV or whoever. I don't do this because it's too difficult for me to just constantly download footage of people in different neighborhoods in Tehran or different cities. And then as the bombs explode nearby, they continue chanting, women, men, they don't budge. So Iran is going to stay put, and it will rebuild itself. But these proxies on the other side of the Persian Gulf, they'll be swept away. Those regimes, they have no legitimacy in the eyes of the people under their thumb. So, and it would end the global economy. The U.S. economy would collapse. So if they destroy Iran's infrastructure, the infrastructure in the United States may not be bombed, but when the energy crisis hits, it doesn't matter if it's bombed or not. Most of it will become useless because the economy will collapse. So hopefully the United States won't do that. It won't be stupid enough to make or immoral. They're utterly immoral. But the Trump regime will hopefully have sense enough not to do that. But the very fact that he says this, Len, tells you a lot. It shows a lot. He's not only about Iran, he said this about Cuba. If you recall, when the Supreme Court voted against his tariffs, he got very angry. And in a press conference said that I can just, destroy countries, but I can't put tariffs, like a $1 tariff. No one in the Western media went and called him out and said, what do you mean you can destroy countries? I think at that moment he was talking about Cuba. And then here he says he'll destroy Iran so that it can never recover. And there's no outrage, whether it's the Guardian or the Washington Post or the Los Angeles Times or none of them, because the media is owned and controlled by the oligarchs, by the Epstein class. Their journalists have no sense of morality. So they can talk about destroying nation after nation, and there's no shock in the media. So I think, ever since Gaza, they've revealed themselves. But every day that goes by, it becomes more clear, and even the naive begin to wake up. Unless those who, except for those who want to, they're like cult members of MAGA or whatever, everyone else is seeing the truth. Well, I saw a speech by the Israeli Foreign Minister, Gideon Saar, who was, it looked as if, it's been interpreted in different ways, but it looked like he was climbing down from the very high objectives being put forth. So it wasn't going to be an endless war, and they will make a decision to when to end it mutually with the United States. How do you assess the the Israeli and the American position now in terms of what they want out of this war, what they can achieve, and when they want to put an end to it?
Glenn, again, you know this better than I, and so does your audience. But ever since the genocide in Gaza began, and the slaughter in Lebanon, and the escalation in the West Bank, and the coming to power of Al-Qaeda in Syria, and it being openly a regime and affiliated to the Trump regime, and people are, and the Israeli regime, people are waking up to the reality that Zionism is evil, that Zionism is a problem. Americans have turned against Zionism in the United States. The youth have turned against it, and others are turning against it. So as the price of oil goes up, as the price of energy goes up, and life becomes more difficult, who are the people going to blame for their personal financial problems that are going to get worse and worse by the day in the weeks and months ahead? Who are they going to blame? They're going to blame Trump. They're going to blame Netanyahu. They're going to blame the Zionist lobby. They're going to blame the Israeli firsters. They're going to blame the neocons. So this is a catastrophic calculation. All since October the 7th has been one, and we discussed this before. I've always said that the biggest defeat that the Israeli regime has suffered is the destruction of its image. They've not succeeded on the battlefield, by the way. Remember, they always say how Hezbollah has been defeated. Look at what's happening now. Look at how the resistance in Lebanon is hammering the Israeli regime. And we have to remember the Lebanese resistance has been making these sacrifices for the people of Gaza to stop the genocide. Their fight has been for another people. Even though we have the project and everyone of the resistance in Lebanon is extraordinary. But in any case, I always said back then, and I continue to believe, that the greatest defeat of the Israeli regime has been the destruction of its image and credibility, and the fact that it's increasingly being seen across the world as illegitimate. So if you add public misery and blame for that public misery being attributed to Zionism, how does that help the Israelis? What impact does that have on the influence of the Zionist lobby in the United States? So ultimately, if I was on the Israeli side, God forbid, or with Trump, God forbid, I would be saying, end this war yesterday. End it. This is catastrophic. Not only are you losing the war, because every day that Iran strikes back, people across the world are seeing Iran as heroic. People are increasingly interested in Iran. And they see that the empire is much weaker than they had envisaged. They thought the United States was this invincible power. Now they see that the United States and this collective coalition against Iran is failing. But, that aside, as the economic crisis hits harder, things are going to get a lot worse for the Israeli regime and its backers in the West. And I think that the destruction of the end, how should I phrase it? The influence of the Zionist lobby, the decline of its influence will be far more rapid as a result of this war. And the longer this war lasts, the more rapid that decline and fall will be.
Well, I was wondering, what do you see as the risks of, I guess, Iran being too successful? I was watching some comments by Professor John Mearsheimer, and he was making the point that if the Israelis believe that they're going for a massive strategic defeat, that it's quite possible that they would contemplate using a nuclear weapon to essentially pressure or force Iran into capitulation. Do you see this being part of Iran's calculation that this is a possible direction? I mean, this is, I guess, one of the challenges in the nuclear wars. If one defeats a nuclear power too severely, this is a risk one is running. Do you see this challenge as well?
You know, this is, let me break this down into a couple of parts. First of all, if the Israeli regime uses a nuclear weapon, the very fact that that is contemplated shows how immoral and brutal and genocidal and evil the regime is. The very fact that anyone can contemplate that they would use such a weapon, it just tells us everything about the regime itself. Second of all, if the regime actually used a nuclear weapon against anyone, I think that would be the end of the regime. And third of all, if they did use a nuclear weapon, then that would basically be telling everyone build your own nuclear weapons. And that's what they'll be telling the Iranians to do. And the Israeli regime is very small. But ultimately, Glenn, this war for Iran is a defensive war and a fight for survival. We are not going to accept any threat. We're not going to submit to any threat and accept the destruction of our country because someone is threatening us. That is why we're fighting today. Trump has already said that he will destroy the Iran and it'll never recover. He can do that. So what? Do we capitulate? No, because we are an independent nation. We have dignity. We have honor. Why do we fight? Because we are on the right side of history. Our sin for the last 47 years has been that we've been saying, stop killing Palestinians, stop the ethnic cleansing. As human beings, as Muslims, as Shias, we have to support the oppressed. We are willing to face martyrdom for that. We cherish life more than anyone else. That's why we support the Palestinians. That's why we support victims across the world, because their lives are valuable to us. But we're willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to retain our dignity and honor. That is our obligation. So we are not going to be intimidated by the United States or the Israeli regime. But the use of nuclear weapons will change the planet. And it will, one way or another, lead to the swift destruction of the Israeli regime.
Just as a last question, you mentioned before that it will likely, that there's not that many pathways to peace, but of course, that peace is the ultimate goal. Where do you see your overall assessment of this war? Where is it heading, and under what condition do you think it's possible to put an end to it? Because as I started saying, it looks like this is going to be a long war, and the U.S. feels it has to come out, looking victorious. Iran seemingly can't afford to allow the United States to come back every 6 months and bomb it until it finally gets it right. So it's very difficult, it seems, for both sides here to put an end to it. So what do you see as being the possible conditions for peace?
Well, again, I'm just speaking in general terms, and I don't have any details about what the Iranian position is. But first of all, it will go beyond just Iran. There will have to be a change in the way in which the Palestinians in Gaza are being treated. Lebanon's sovereignty will have to be respected. The so-called ceasefires will have to be respected in full. The Israeli regime will have to leave Lebanon. have to abide by the agreements in Gaza in full. No more murders and assassinations, no more killing kids on a daily basis in Gaza and Lebanon. So it will not just be Iran, but the threat of war against Iran will have to be dealt with. No piece of paper that the U.S. president signs is of any value to us because we've already negotiated twice and he already betrayed the negotiations. So we'll have, the facts on the ground will have to change. And part of that will be in the Persian Gulf region. U.S. bases will no longer be these centers of threat against Iran. That won't be tolerated anymore. And so the regimes in the Persian Gulf region, their policies will have to change. They will also have to pay full compensation for everything that has happened. That will happen without a doubt. Doesn't matter who pays that compensation. Someone will pay. So these regimes, they are already being severely harmed, but they will pay. They will pay that compensation. So this is not just, this is about Iran's long-term security. We will not accept a situation where the Trump regime goes and rearms and attacks again. And by the way, because this was discussed many times before, and I didn't speak about this earlier in the previous months because I didn't think it was appropriate. But after the 12-day war, many were saying, why did Iran accept a ceasefire? It could have just continued. The reason why Iran accepted the ceasefire, even though it was winning the war, and it didn't accept it on day one, it continued striking for like 3 or 4 days. I don't know exactly how long. And then it accepted a halt in hostilities. But the reason was that during the 12-day war, even though Iran gradually gained the upper hand and was winning, Iran knew that if the war continued, the United States would have an incentive to enter the war and bring in all these weapon systems that they brought. And Iran recognized that while they were doing well, relatively speaking, they had many shortcomings. Therefore, they decided to end the hostilities and prepare themselves for the big war. And so for the last 8-9 months, the Iranians have been working 24 hours a day. And now, even though the combined firepower is much bigger than from the enemy, is much greater than it was during the 12-day war, the number of launchers that have been destroyed are much lower. The number of martyrs in the military, much lower. And Iran was able to, this time around, remove its key assets from bases. And so most of these strikes were on empty buildings. So Iran had to prepare itself for something much bigger than the Israeli regime. The Israeli regime is not a threat to Iran. If any strength that it has is given to it by the West because they support this racism and ethno-supremacism. But the United States is a real threat. And so the 12-day war was an excellent opportunity for Iran to figure out what it has to do. And they've been preparing themselves, and now we see the success. So ultimately, there will have to be an end to this. But it will be in a way in which Iran feels that in the years to come, its people are safe. And its allies across the region, they get security. Those regimes that hosted U.S. bases, they're guilty. They have to compensate. I mean, Glenn, let's say I gave this example last night to George Galloway. Let's say France gives bases to the Russians, and the Russians attack the UK. Let's say the Canadians give bases to the Chinese, and they attack the United States. And then Canada and France say we're neutral. Is anyone in the UK or the United States going to accept that argument? Right now, B-2 bombers are being prepared in the UK every day to carry out heavy strikes on Iran. And they target ordinary people. those underground missile bases and drone bases and those factories are untouchable. So because the fighter jets are not very effective, since they have to, because of Iran's drone and missile capabilities and its air defenses, but mostly its drone and missile capabilities, they have to be stationed very far from Iran. So when they fly, they have to refuel, come back, get to Iran, and then go back, refuel. It's very expensive, not very and not very effective. So now they're increasingly using these long range bombers, which are also very expensive. But the ammunition, that they drop is quite a lot, and it devastates people. The British are part of this war. They are murdering children. The British regime is a child-killing regime. So that was just a footnote. It wasn't linked to the broader argument. But the point is that all those regimes that are involved in this war are guilty. They have Iranian blood on their hands. But these Persian Gulf regimes are our neighbors. They betrayed us once in the 1980s. They all supported Saddam Hussein, gave him hundreds of billions of dollars back then, which was worth a lot more than what it is now, to kill Iranians. After the war and after the invasion of Kuwait by Saddam, Iranians forgave them and tried to establish better ties. This time around, it's not going to end like that. They will have to compensate.
So just one last question of this. Do you see any possibilities for Iran, though, to retaliate against countries like Britain who participates in this war, or is that, I guess, a bridge too far?
Well, I think that in future their presence in our region is going to be diminished. It won't allow it anymore. Europe and the United States, their presence in our region will be diminished. There's no doubt about that. But one thing that I should add here, and I think it's important for your audience to know, is that all this talk about drones in the United States and the Iranians, these are all lies. The same people who carried out 9/11, I used to be one of those who didn't believe I thought it was just Al-Qaeda. The same people who use Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and in New York and in Syria and in Libya, the same people may try to carry out an attack in the United States. That will definitely be a false flag operation. They're losing the war, the Zionists, and so they need something. And the only thing that I can think of is for them to carry out God forbid, a major attack against civilians in the United States, to change the mood among ordinary Americans, to convince them that the war against Iran is justified and has to continue. So if anything happens in the West, and in particular in the United States, there's not a doubt in my mind that it will have been carried out by the Zionists or the Zionist regime or someone affiliated to them or some naive fool or a group of naive fools that have been manipulated by them.
Yeah, just a quick correction to what you said before. You said Iran had negotiated twice. Actually, it was 3 times. It also signed the JCPOA. So it's I can see I can understand the declining trust in the diplomacy. But I know, it's not easy over there in Tehran.